Hello, and good morning, wherever you are. Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are. This is I Am Sure
Sports, and my name is Pioneer, and we're live. We're live on this historic day, people. Today we have the Olympic, Paris Olympic, Day 3, live. This is I Am Sure Sports, and I am Pioneer. I want to say welcome to one and all who are in the stream with us today. Today is a historic day. We are hoping that the fortunes of Jamaica will be great today. We're hoping that somehow we can mine some gold medals today, people. All right, I'm here. Later we'll be joined by some friends of mine. We have Mannings will be joining us later. Later we'll be joined by my brother Garvey, who will be live from Mitchelltown. Live from Mitchelltown in Clarendon. And for those who don't know, Mitchelltown is the home of Kishin Thompson, who is the prohibited favorite for the 100-meter title. All right. Before we get to the 100, though, there are a couple of other races which have Jamaican interest, namely the 400 meters heats, the 800 meter semi-final for women that will be contested by our very own Natalia Gould. So we'll be having a watch along as we did yesterday. Hopefully, you can all join us on the watch along while we preview these races, give you live commentary and analysis on these races. Okay, so feel free, people, to drop your comments. All right, as you come into the stream, we also ask that as you come into the stream, you like the stream, share the stream. All right, we want to welcome one and all. We have 40 persons on the stream so far. So now as you come into the stream, people, we ask that you like the stream, share the stream. Best and most credible track and field analysis here. And I Am Sure Sports. All right, yesterday, Jamaica had the good fortune of having 2 medals. We won 2 medals yesterday. We won the bronze medal in the men's shot put. We won the silver. Shanika Ricketts won the silver in the women's triple jump. All right. Rajinda Campbell took the bronze in the shot put. Shanika Ricketts got the silver in the triple jump. Overnight, we got some not so great news for Jamaica. We were advised that Sherika Jackson has been withdrawn from the women's 200 meters. Somewhat disappointing that both of our quote-unquote big stars in Shelley and Fraser Price and Sherika Jackson, for some reasons that are not clear to us just yet, have had to withdraw from the Paris Olympics. It begs the question now, how does this affect our fortunes going forward for the 4x100 meters? Will one or both of these ladies be available? If they are not available, who are the likely replacements and how will those persons perform and how will that affect the fortunes of the Jamaican team? We'll explore that on the stream today as soon as, we have some guests we'll be looking at, to see how, the ramification of how these will affect the Jamaican fortunes going forward. But in the meantime, people, we'll drop some comments now. We know who is there. We're trying to drop some comments in the stream. We still have 55 people in the stream. let's give us drop some comments to see who in the stream. So, you know, as it stands right now, the track and field program has not yet started. Other things happening in terms of Olympic activities. In the men's 100 meters, all three Jamaican men are still alive and well. We have Kishian Thompson will be running out of semi-final 2. We have Akeem Blake, who should be running out of semi-final 1, and then we have Oblique Civil, who should be running out of semi-final 3. Spirit of people trying to access a little bit of information here regarding the track and field program in its entirety. Alright, so again we ask, as you're coming on the stream, just like the stream for us people. Just like the stream, share the stream, you know, invite a friend. And again, best and most credible track and field analysis right here on I Am Sure Sports. My name is Pioneer. Also on the program today we have Natalia Gould contesting the semi-finals of the women's 800 meter. She looked really good in winning her heat in the heats. Natalia Gould, as you know, is a long time, you know, participant in the 800 meter, has been at it for a while, still yet to win a global medal. We are hoping that this is the year when her fortune will change. So, see with us here, people, as we do this watch along, live on I Am Sure Sports. As you come into the stream, people, we ask that you like the stream. Drop some comments. We ask that you drop some comments. Feel free to comment as you come into the stream. Yeah, man, welcome, TY. Welcome forward. Good to have you here, my brethren. And for all other people, we have 80 people on the stream, man. Let's get interactive now, people. Tell me what are you most looking forward to seeing today? Give me your predictions for the men's 100 meter also. Give me your predictions for the women's 800 meter for those persons who are so inclined, track and field inclined. This morning, by the way, this morning we had the 200 meters heats being contested. As I said, Sherika Jackson had to withdraw from the 200 meters. We saw our 2 other Jamaican ladies progressing through to the semifinals. Our Jamaican fortunes aren't looking great for the 200 meters. I'm trying to remember the rest of the program this morning. I'm trying to remember what happened this morning. Weird, my people. I've been up from early. All right. 50 flavors. Looking forward to the men's 100 meter finals. All right. Give me your predictions on 50 flavor. Tell me how you see it coming. Give me your gold medalist here, silver medalist here, bronze medalist. Let's be with my people. I will be back with you in. Preacher. All right, Preacher. Let me send the link. Give me 1 second. Yeah, man,
Yeah, man,
welcome
welcome
forward
forward
again,
again,
people. Looking forward to being joined by a couple of co-hosts in a little while. All right, 50 flavors. Kishi and Gold, the guy from the Great Britain, looking good still. That's I think you're talking about Hitchcliff. And also welcome to Gina Brooks. Gina Brooks. Did the men run their semifinals yet? No, Gina Brooks. The men's semifinal come up at 1 o'clock. And the finals is at 2:50. So we'll be here on the watch along. Feel free to join people. Invite a friend to invite a friend. We'll give you, if you are unable to see the races, we'll give you live coverage of the races as they take place. We'll also give you the most credible analysis. As we speak, I'm joined by my virgin, Roger Murdoch, one of the most ardent and most capable track and field island on this side of the Atlantic or on any side of the world, people. For those who don't, Roger is a former broadcaster with the IWF, a man whose track and field acumen speaks for itself. All right, welcome forward to I Am Sure Sports, Roger. I don't know, is this the first time on I Am Sure, Virgin?
Well, first of all, morning to you, Pioneer, and of course, morning to all your viewers. To answer your question, no, I've had a few guest appearances before now on, of course, this year platform. It's always a good time interacting with, of course, you, Manningsman, and the crew. So, again, thanks for having me. It's the Olympic season, a lot of excitement, a lot of dramatic performances, and of course, it's day 4, and we're looking forward to a mouth-watering 100-meter men's final later on this afternoon.
Before we look forward, Roger, let's look a little back as to what happened on the first 2 days of track and field competition. Give me an overview as to your general feeling as to how you have seen things gone so far from a Jamaican perspective. Give me your views on how things have.
With the 2 medals we accomplished yesterday, silver and of course the bronze in the men's, silver in the women's triple jump for Shanika Ricketts, and of course for Rajendra Campbell, former KC man, his bronze medal in the men's discus. Of course, those 2 events, I think it was unseen for us to get our medals in the field events, but I think we're pretty much on cards in terms of the overall medal tally. I think despite not having a medal in the 100-meter finals, with, of course, the omission of or the withdrawal of both Shelly-Ann and Sharika, I think both those names we were expecting medals from. So I think having 2 medals going into day 4, we're still very much a step in the right direction. I think we're still
on track. You say we're still on track to achieve our medal all we're predicting. Preacher, send the link, Preacher. Tell me if you get the link, the Preacher. Comment in the say, I send the link, Preacher. Tell me if you get it. All right. Roger, I agree with you that those 2 medals, some persons were a little doubtful of Shanika Ricketts. We were hopeful and looking forward to medals in the women's 100-meter, which did manifest. So having 2 bonus medals, so to speak, keeps us on track for our predicted medal haul. How do you see obviously, it's obvious that the omission of Shelly-Ann and Sherika Jackson from the individual 100 and 200 meter is impactful. Looking forward, how do you see, do you see them being a part of the women's 4x1? And if not, how do you see their omission affecting our fortunes to garner a medal in that event?
I mean, with Sharika's withdrawal this morning being one of the headlines coming from Paris, I think all the fingers started to point towards the 4x100 meters. And of course, we already understood that Shelly's failure to appear in the semi-final was as a result of an injury. So I think both those names will definitely impact our medal hopes for, of course, the 4x1. I mean, the American charges, they would have won at the World Championship last year with, of course, Sha'Carri on that ankle tantalizing anchor. Not having Sharika, not having Shelly and Fraser Price, I think we have a very, very young team, a young group of female athletes. Not having the experience charges, I think it definitely dampens our hopes in that event.
All right. Well, we welcome Preacher to the stream. Preacher, welcome forward, Bridget. As usual, it's always good to have you here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Big up Roger, you know. Big up Mr. Murdoch, man. The man with the golden voice, you know what I mean?
Natural.
Thanks again. Good to be on this platform, you know, sharing our knowledge, our expertise. You know, it's the Olympics.
Yeah, man. By the way, people, I must say this. I must say this to the persons on the stream. These two gentlemen, and barring none in Jamaica, are two of the most knowledgeable gentlemen when it comes to track and field. And I said that, and some persons tell me, say them rate my basketball acumen, and these two gentlemen people, I respect them highly. Preacher, we haven't spoken since the finals of the 100 meters yesterday. Well, it's not a big surprise. Give me your views on Julian Alfred coming through and winning that gold medal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it as an upset, to be honest, because I think if we watch Julian, even in the lead up to the Olympics, she was looking in good form. Saw her in that 200 meters against Gabby Thomas, where Gabby had to dig deep to come through, which tells us that Julian has been doing a lot of strength work on her 200, so it would have, you know, helped her in her 100. Sha'Carri Richardson came into the championships rightly the favorite, but throughout the rounds she wasn't showing us that 10-7 form that she demonstrated at the US trials, and so 9.72 Julian Alfred, I mean, away from the field, I think it's 10.7. My apologies. I think she's a deserved winner. She would have shown consistency over the rounds. Look, she had the game face on from the preliminary, from the early rounds, from her heats. Sha'Carri Richardson was out of the blocks. Now, when you have the kind of top end speed that Sha'Carri Richardson has, you sometimes overcompensate for that by playing it safe in the blocks. But when you have another competitor in the field who is in 10-7 shape, you can't get up last. You probably can get up behind her, but not so far behind her, and that ultimately cost Sha'Carri Richardson in that race. It was hard to see Tia Clayton doing the 10.6 in the 10.86 in the semifinals, because I saw that
10.89. Actually, the 10.89,
10.89. Once you did that 10.89 in that semifinals, I got concerned because I knew it was going to be difficult for her to
in between.
Exactly, to replicate, and she's not battle tested. She's not like Sha'Carri. She's not like Alfred, who is battle tested, who has been in this space before. Right, in big championship settings before, so I knew it was going to be difficult for
on that note of battle testing and Sha'Carri. I think it's a very interesting point you made mention of. Let's go back to last year's World Championship final, and I think after her win, a lot of persons were questioning whether or not her running out of lane 9 was an advantage for her. And let's juxtapose the race yesterday with what we saw last year and see how much of an impact it would have had on her running from the mid lanes. How do you think that somewhat impact the performance we saw from her? Was she somewhat flustered in the first half of the race? Would you want to think that?
No, listen, 10.65, whether you're running from lane 9 or lane 1 or in the middle of the track, is 10.65. And that's the marker that she put down at the World Championships to win it. I think she obviously was not in that kind of shape coming into the Olympics. She would have ran against Julian in the semifinals. It kind of mirrors what took place in the World Championships last year when she had to run Sha'Carri and Talou in a semifinal, got up late and ended up qualifying with the fastest time. This time around, she was able to finish in second place. But I just think that she obviously does not have that 9-6, that 10-6 in her this time around. I don't buy this running from lane 9 argument personally. I look at times in a 100 meter. If anybody was at a disadvantage, you could say it was her competitors. Not seeing her.
Preacher. We don't want to debate it too much, but let's just look at that a little bit. Do you think being in the middle, for example, say in yesterday's race, she was right beside Julian Alfred, who outran her in the semi-final. When Shakari was coming into the starting blocks for the finals, we saw, if you look at her face, there was a slight, or maybe some persons would say not slight, but there was obvious tension on her face. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the psychological part of running next to your opponent versus being all the way out there in lane 9 by your way, there is something to be said about the psychological part of that reach? What do you think?
Yeah, there is, but I don't think it is as significant. I think the greater psychological significance is being the favorite. She went into the Olympics as the favorite, and she carries that burden of America not winning this race in the last 30 years.
Yes.
She carries that burden on her shoulders. It's different when you are the person chasing the favorites. She wasn't the favorite going into the World Championships. The Jamaicans were expected to do 1-2, and so she came from lane 9. This time around it's different, and this time around she has an athlete in the field who is in tip-top shape in Julian Alfred, and so I think those things on the psychological side of it may factor more than where she is on the track. Times in a 100 meters.
I've noted last year, Sharika Jackson ran 10.74, and Shakara ran 10.65 to outrun her. This year, Julian Alfred ran 10.72 to beat her. Let me just give me a second. Let me just acknowledge some person in the stream. Lollipop, what is that? Little top. Big up a person, Stefan, right now. Stefan, I saw your question. Stefan was saying that Rajay was saying, or it wasn't you, preacher, saying Tia Clayton was inexperienced. He was asking what would we say about Kishian? If Kishian's inexperience should be considered.
Okay.
When it comes around to the 100 meters.
All right, so that's a good question. All right, let's look at the two athletes. Kishian is the fastest man in the world this year.
Right. So that's
the difference. That's the difference between Kishian's position and Tia's position. Kishian just needs to do what he has already done in order to be on the podium. I don't see anybody currently doing what he has done. The closest person to that is Omanyala, who did his time all the way up in that altitude in Kenya that allows for those fast times. So
you're saying, preacher, that his fast time should give him the confidence, unlike Tia Clayton, who came into a field with persons who were obviously
faster than her,
were better than her, and persons who were faster than her.
Exactly. So the comparison is not the same. The other thing about Kishian going into the semifinals, he goes into that semifinals knowing quite well that the other people in that semifinals that he's going to be running against are not close to him. Mm-hmm. They're not close.
Here's merit in your argument. Here's merit in your argument. JCA Sports. I'm going to make Manning drop the link. Just give me a little while from now. I'm ask management to drop the link. I'm actually a host from a different location. So Manning will drop the link, JCA. So just give me a little while from that. Again, welcome to everybody in the stream. This is I Am Pure Sports. My name is Pioneer. For those persons who are joining us for the first time, we ask that you, if you like what you're hearing here, we ask that you subscribe to the channel. But as you enter the stream, people, we ask that just like so that the algorithm will go to others who might curious to join us. My name is Pioneer again. I'm here with Roger Murdoch, and Preacher, two of the best track and field minds out of Jamaica right now, people. We are going to be previewing some of the races coming up today. And we are going, as you can hear, we are looking back a little bit at what have gone in past days. Preacher, let's take a look at, I don't know if you were watching the program earlier in terms of what was happening in terms of the heat that transpired earlier this morning, our time, but in the morning session in Paris. Let's look at the 200 meters. How do you see the fortunes of our charges? Thomas and
Berger.
the other name slips me. Help me out, Preacher, with the other name.
Is it Berger?
Berger.
Yeah, Berger. Yeah, man. Thomas and Berger. How you see those?
Yeah, not seeing us really doing better than probably one of the athletes making it to the final, if so much. The Americans look the part. Julian
22-2 this morning, looking smooth in qualifying.
Yeah, man. Julian Alfred obviously is going to be there.
Best 22-2 also in qualifying. Dina Asher-Smith 22-2. I think just to add to what Preacher is saying, with the omission of Sharika, I think she would have definitely been one of the undoubted favorites in this event. Berger 22-5 for Jamaica. Lane Taylor Thomas. Well, what a name. Lane Taylor Thomas 22-7. Not necessarily mouth-watering a performance, but I think, like, to add to what Preacher said, just one of these names, I think Berger 22-5. She looks comfortable this morning in her heat, and I think she definitely is one of the names to look out for in the semis.
All right.
I can agree with that.
All right. Big up everybody in the stream, I want to big up Kenrick Garden. For the Jarvis Paris, big up yourself, Bridget. For the persons who said we're echoing, tell me if the echo is continuing or it's good now. Just give me a feedback on whether the echo is good now. Stefan Wright is asking. I recently heard Gatlin on a podcast speaking about when he lost the boat in 2006. He ran all season with no one beside him and could not adjust in the finals against both. So conditions matter. Well, I agree with you. However, in this final, we have hopes that Kishian will be so far ahead that nobody will be beside him. Ironically, I was watching in the afternoon yesterday after we ended. I was watching Shannon Sharp and Ocha Sinko's podcast, Nightcap, and they had Justin Gatlin on, and they were questioning him as to how do they think, somebody could contend with Kishian. And one of the consensus that we were reaching is that somebody needed to be beside him at 50 meters or 60 meters to test him to see what he's made of. And I thought back to our national trials, and at a point, Civil was close to him at about 50, and then he kind of, moved away. So let's see. All of this is to come, people. We are hoping that Kishian Thompson will mind the goal for Jamaica. All right. Also, joining us later, we have Garvey, who is live, people, in Mitchelltown, which is the hometown of Kishian Thompson. Garvey will be joining us live later from Mitchelltown. He's actually on the ground covering the happenings in Mitchelltown. I understand there's a big screen that is set up down there. Big excitement. Everybody anticipating him going for the goal. So his community obviously looking forward to that, and looking forward to some amount of jubilation later on. Also on the program today, also on the program earlier was the women's 400 meters hurdles. We saw the likes of Femke Bull. We also saw the likes of Sydney McLaughlin-Lavron. But we also had our Jamaican ladies participating. Roger, tell me how you see the charges looking. We saw Rochelle Clayton. We saw
Cheyenne Salmon, and of course Genevieve Russell.
And we also had Cheyenne Salmon.
Let's start with Russell Clayton. I think.
And what are we expecting, if anything, from that event, Raji?
I think Russell Clayton all season has been running good. I think she comes into the Olympics ranked, I believe, second on the IWF Diamond Trophy this year, and I think she's been running good. I think she's had an extensive season running on the European circuit this year. Of course, the likes of Sydney McClocking and Femke Bol, they are the undoubted favorites for this event. But I definitely think Russell Clayton has the mettle to be among the podium finishers. Cheyenne Salmon, I think she's one of the breakthrough athletes of this year. 53.9 in qualifying for the next round. She too, I think, will be a force to reckon with in the final. But my top three for the 400 meters hurdles for women, definitely Sydney McClocking, Femke Bol, and I will be picking Russell Clayton to be on that podium.
Do you see us getting 3 in the finals, Roger?
3 in the finals. I think Janive Russell, she's a very experienced charge. This morning, she did not, having watched the replay of her event this morning, I don't think she looked as comfortable as previous years at these championships. I think she had some injury setback this year, and as a result, she was unable to go through proper conditioning. 54.9, I believe, 54.6. Yeah, she ran this morning. Not necessarily a great clocking by her standard. I mean, if you look at the standard, Femke Bol 53.3, McClocking smooth with 53.6. I think Janive Russell is somewhat off pace, but I think she has the quality, she has the pedigree to make it through to the final. But I'm definitely going more with the likes of Russell Clayton and Cheyenne Salmon as my top 2 front runners for Jamaica and 400 meter hurdles this year.
All right, George. Preacher, we also had the men's 110 meters hurdles being contested this morning. Tell me what you thought about how a Jamaican man came through, and give me an overall view on how you're seeing the 110 hurdles, Preacher.
Yeah, well, I mean, our national champion, Broadbell, running that heat with the favorite, really, the American favorite, the perennial protagonist in the event,
Grant Holloway.
Broadbell did what he had to do. I read him saying that the blocks were a little bit shaky. First time using those blocks, according to him. So hopefully that doesn't become a problem as he goes forward. Answer Parchment was in a very close heat. At one point, one was wondering if he was going to have to use the additional repercharge to get in. But he was able to qualify, and our other charge acquitted himself well enough to advance as well. Orlando Bennett. I think the Jamaicans, all 3 Jamaicans, should be in the mix. I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 made the finals, to be honest. I expect them to improve after the first round. I'm still concerned a little bit about Ansel's sharpness. Didn't look sharp at trials, and he has taken that over to the Olympics. We know that he's usually a slow starter, but I think with the field getting a little closer, that can obtain. So if he's going to make it to the finals, which I expect him to do, then he's going to have to improve on that start at some point.
Okay, appreciate. On screen as we speak, people, because I'm actually monitoring the feed. Is the medal ceremony for the men's shot put event. We have our very own
Rajendra Campbell, formerly of Kingston College,
got the bronze medal. Ryan Kosa, who won the gold, and Joe Kovacs, 2 perennial participants, 2 are the big names in the sports. Kosa being the world record holder, Olympic champion and world champion. It's good to see Jamaica taking a step forward, or taking a step back into the 4 when it comes down to the shot put. we all can remember the fortunes of Odin Richards, who actually won a bronze medal at a world championship. But it is great to see us and amongst the medals at the Olympics.
You know what's interesting, Pioneer? Yesterday was a historic day for Jamaica at the Olympics.
Yeah.
It was the first time a woman was winning a triple jump medal at the Olympics. And the first time a man was winning a shot put medal at the Olympics.
At the Olympics, yeah. And for those who might be wondering, Trisha K. Smith actually won gold at the World Championship, but she didn't win a medal. And Trisha K. Smith, who is still our national record holder in the women's triple jump. But this was the first time that we were getting a medal at the Olympic Games itself. And there are some persons who consider that the Olympic Games are of a higher level than the World Championship. So they give a little bit more credence to medals won at the Olympic Games. Historic indeed, Preacher. We are looking forward to continuing a little bit more of that history today. We know the rich history and the rich tradition that Jamaica has in sprinting. We are hoping that come the 100-meter today, we'll see a continuation of that rich history, and if the fortunes will be in our favor today. Let's look forward a little bit, Preacher, to some of the other.
We also had the men's long jump today. Before we go on, we had the long jump for the men today. Tajay Gale was not able to advance.
My bad, Preacher. Thanks, Preacher. Thanks for the reminder. The long jump. Go ahead, Preacher.
Yeah, so I mean, Tajay Gale was having his challenges at championships and actually made it after some administrative corrections were made at the championships. So he was able to advance.
No, Tajay Gale did not advance to the next round this morning. His mark 778 would have ranked him outside of the automatic qualification spots. I think we only had 2 qualifiers, Kerry McLeod 790, and of course Wayne Pinnock with 796.
I am a little bit disappointed. In my predictions, I had all 3 Jamaican men in the finals. I also had all 3 Jamaican men in the top 5. A little bit disappointed. Tajay Gale, after picking up that injury in 2020, has not looked himself. It's a little disappointing. We hope for his sake he will continue to progress. We'd love to see him back in that 869 shape that he was in, or at least as close to that as he could get, as he was in 2019. But we will hope that the youngsters in Pinnock and McLeod can bring home medals, or at least a medal for Jamaica in this event. Let's look forward, gentlemen. Let's look forward to what is to come on the program today. Outside of the men's 100, we have the women's 400-meter heats. You want to take a look at that for me, Roger?
Definitely. Just a second. Let's have a look at that day. That's the men's 400-meter heats.
Men's 400-meter heats. My bad. I'm looking at the round B on the
Of course, in heat 1, we see DeAndre Watkins representing Jamaica, 44.48 personal best, season best run this year. Going against the likes of Christopher Bailey, 44.42 this year. I think Matthew Hudson-Smith, he comes in ranked, I think he's ranked 2nd in the world, 43.7.
43.74, yeah.
A tough heat for the Jamaican, DeAndre Watkins, but with the top 3 automatic spots for the semifinals, I think he should be able to pull through in that one. Of course, in heat number 2, Sean Bailey, 44.64 season best. He has already gone 44.43 for a personal best. He runs in heat 2. He will be going against the likes of Michael Norman from the USA. And of course, we all know the pedigree in Michael Norman, 43.45 as a personal best. He hasn't gone that quickly this year, 44.42. The next athlete in that heat to contend with will be Jareem Fireman Richards from Trinidad and Tobago. He has ran a personal best of 44.18 for Trinidad and Tobago. So heats 1 and 2 will be tough for the Jamaican charges, but I do think they should be with enough metal to pull through.
And make it to the semifinals.
To the semifinals round, the sixth and final heat. That's where we'll see Javon Powell. He has also ran a season best, personal best, 44.54 this year. And again, he comes up in heat number 6. He will be going against the likes of Alexander Doom of Belgium. He's one of the favorites in that heat, 44.15. Javon Powell, 44.5 this year. I think he's running himself into shape just at the right time for these championships. And again, with the top 3 advancing automatically, I do favor his chances of qualifying. So I think looking at the rounds right here, I think all 3 Jamaicans should be able to make it through to the semi-final rounds.
All right. On screen, people, we're seeing the medal ceremony for the women's triple jump. Our very own Shanika Ricketts is here receiving her silver medal. And Tia Lafond, our Caribbean sister from the Dominican Republic. The colors of the Caribbean are shining bright today. Dominica, as you know, their colors are also yellow and green. And for those who are wondering, today I'm representing in my cap, my Rasta color cap for Jamaica. It's green and gold, the black, green and gold there, Roger, but we have to blend in a little bit of the red. Rastafari. So this is my way of saying Jamaica to the brother, my ice green and gold cap. Tia Lafon atop the medal podium, receiving her gold medal. Brilliant smile. The American got the bronze medal, but it's good to see the Caribbean excelling in these non-traditional field events, you would say, Preacher. Good to see Caribbean dominance in the triple jump.
Yes.
Gold and silver.
It's really interestingly, Latin America and the Caribbean has been historically, not Jamaica, but like Cuba, Puerto Rico, they have produced a lot of good jumpers in the past. And even Rojas is from within the Latin America and the Caribbean region. I think Jamaica is doing very well. We are emerging as a contender in the jumps. I think we had a discussion some time ago, Pioneer, about given our sprint talent, the transition from the sprints to the jumps, that we should be seeing more athletes.
Stick up in, Preacher. I'm being corrected by Little top. Did I say Dominican Republic? My bad. Dominica, man. We know different.
Dominica, right.
We know that not the Daniel, but Dominica. Actually, small Dominica. That small little island out there in the Caribbean. So if I said Daniel, correction. Go ahead, Preacher. Sorry for the.
Yeah, man. No, I'm saying, given our sprint talent and the fact that not everybody is going to transition to being a world champion at the sprints or making it to a sprint team, we should see more emphasis being placed on transitioning those athletes who are interested and who have the potential to move into the jumps. The jumps gives an opportunity, the long jump in particular, the triple jump, gives an opportunity for some of these athletes to go on the circuit and make a name for themselves.
I agree. And just to add to that too, Preacher, you have the likes of Lyndon Victor of Grenada, decathlon bronze medalist at the World Championship. So yes, I do agree with your point in terms of the dynamic in track and field, not necessarily the sprints in our region, but two in the field events.
Roger.
Roger.
Oh, okay. I thought you kind of went over there. Again, as I said, hold on, let me welcome everybody who's in the stream again. People, I'm a little bit distracted. Just bear with me a little bit. We read some of these comments. 50 Lever said, yes, now I will get a message from Jamaica. I bet he will stop talking after today. That is the hope. 50 Flavors also says that after he may be going to leave his Jamaican girlfriend after today. For those who don't know, for full disclosure, Janelle Bloomfield is a family member of mine. Welcome now with open arms into the family. But he's not welcome to the gold medal in the 100 meters. So, we're seeing on screen we see, as we talk about Noah, I'm seeing on screen here Noah going through his warm-ups for getting prepared for the semi-finals of the 100 meters. Let's look ahead a little bit again, Preacher. We have Natalia Gould who will be contesting the semi-finals of the 800 meters today also. Gould has been at it for a while, Preacher. We have seen her making many semi-finals and a couple of finals. Do you think that this is the year that Natalia Gould could finally break through and earn herself a major championship medal? Preacher, you there? All right, Roger, let me pass the question to you, Roger.
Yes, definitely. I think with the omission, of course, one of the big news this year, Athena Ming of the US, when she did not, or with her failure to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics, immediately the thought of Natalia Gould topping came to my mind. And of course, running 156.83 this year, she's ranked 6th in the world. I think she has been on the cards. She's just... This year, for me, I think definitely presents a grand opportunity for her.
Okay, all right. We're looking forward to that. Gavi, I see you trying to come in, Gavi. Gavi, I see you trying to come in. Give me 1 second, Gavi. I'm gonna bring you into the stream now. I just starting something out here. Gavi, again, people. Gavi is live on the ground in Mitchelltown. He's down there covering all of the happenings. Big excitement in Mitchelltown, big screen, all the major TV stations are there. Covering, everybody's anticipating gold medal for Jamaica, gold medal for Clarendon, a gold medal for Mitchelltown, a gold medal for Shane Thompson. So Garvey is live on the ground in Mitchelltown, will be giving us all of the sights and scenes and sounds from Mitchelltown. We're gonna bring in Garvey in a little while, people. Looking forward again.
Yes, on the note of Natalia Gould topping, as I was saying. Of course, no Athena Ming of the USA at this year's Paris Olympics, but of course the likes of Keely Hodgkinson of Great Britain, she comes in ranked at world number 1, 154.61, and also her compatriot Gemma Reekie, 155.61. But Natalia Gould, 156.83, comes in ranked at world number 6. I think if Natalia Gould runs a strategic race, stays close to the Britons, I think she definitely will be in for a podium finish at this year's World Olympic Games.
Couple of the bigger names missing also, namely people like Ajay Wilson, who are normally the Olympic champion, nothing more, who also went out, fell in the US trial. So I think that basically
not necessarily looking imperious. Mary Mora, 156.7 this year, not necessarily more watering in terms of a performance. So I definitely think Natalia is on the cusp this year. If this year presents itself as an opportunity, I think this year moment is a grand one for her to grab with both hands.
All right. Little top sir. I think you're trying to say Curly. Little top. Curly and Kung Fu Kenny can be at I don't know if it's a beat. I say can beat now. There's a little bit to be taken from what we saw in the heats at the 100 meter yesterday. Roger. Oh, Chris, bring in Chris. Chris Lynch. Chris. Oh, welcome Chris Lynch to the stream. Chris.
Morning, Chris.
Oh. All right, Chris in on the stream. But I guess he unmute your mic now, Chris. I don't know if your mic is unmute. Chris, may I see your link, but I'm not here. So, all right. On screen also, people, we're seeing the medal ceremony for the women's 100 meter. The US ladies have flanked our St. Lucian sister Julian Alfred. But the Caribbean colors are looking beautiful today. That sky blue of St. Lucia. Julian Alfred standing tall atop the podium, receiving her gold medal, people, flanked by Shakari Richardson and Melissa Jefferson. The national anthem of St. Lucia will be ringing out for the first time at the Olympic Games. Boy, that must be a great feeling, Roger. I can imagine that St. Lucia winning their first medal of any color in the Olympic Games, and that medal is a gold medal. Julian Alfred doing our country proud, standing atop the podium and waiting to hear her country's national anthem being played on the biggest sporting stage. That is something else, Roger.
Definitely, I agree. It must be an emotional moment for the young Miss Julian Alfred, Olympic champion over 100 meters. And of course, it needs not to say how coveted a title and to, as you rightly say, to win for her country an historic gold medal. Congratulations to the young miss. Even for me, a Jamaican, it's an emotional experience. You know, I've had the experience in my tenure to work alongside even Julian Alfred in her earlier days while she was at St. Catherine High. She has always been businesslike, always been diplomatic, always been disciplined. For me, it's just a great moment to see her transition and transcend into what we are now witnessing, Olympic champion 2024. Congratulations, Julian Alfred. Congratulations to all my people out there from St. Lucia.
Definitely. Winning an amazing time of 10:72, and we saw her in the 200 this morning, Roger.
Leaving it up for the big one. Poetic justice. That's what I call that performance.
All right, definitely. And she will be in the 200 meters, so she could very well be on for Olympic double, and I'm sure that would even bring greater euphoria to our Caribbean neighbors and definitely to the entire Caribbean. You get the feeling, Roger, that as my virgin Stefan Wright is saying in the comment section, she's St. Lucian Jamaican, and you get the feeling that for Jamaican people, if it's not a Jamaican, we are very, welcoming of the fact that it's one of our Caribbean neighbors that has gone at the gold medal. The US is drought. Go ahead, Roger.
Definitely, I agree. And as I said, she would have definitely spent a lot of her earlier years in Jamaica. She would have developed on her passion for track and field on our local soil, so she definitely waves or bears the flag, not only for St. Lucia, but for Jamaica and the Jamaican diaspora by at large. Also, too, in the 200 meters, it's always contrasting when we talk about the Jamaican affinity with the sprint events. And of course, one of the favorites, Gabby Thomas, she too is closely linked with the Jamaican diaspora. Of course, we saw the adoration or the admiration she received at the World Championship last year. So just to add to your point, yes, indeed, there are those athletes that are not necessarily born Jamaicans, but because of their close ties, their close relationship, we in the diaspora do extend our love for them.
All right, Roger, I'm going to ask you a favor. I'm going to ask you to just hold the stream for me for about a minute and a half. Just continue to give some commentating and some analysis. I'll be back with you in another minute and a half. All right, Roger?
All right, and no problem. So, of course, it's day 4 of the much talked about Olympic Games, and of course, one of the mouth-watering events we're looking forward to this afternoon will be the
Virgin, may I try to
curtain
bring you
closer,
in, come in,
the
time. I know
men's
what I'm going to
100 meters finals. The semi-finals is scheduled to kickstart later on this afternoon. And of course, as we all know, we have 3 Jamaicans to feature. But let's give us a quick run through the start list. Heat 1, of course, semi-final 1. We see the Nigerian Ashe. He will be running in lane number 1. He comes in with a season best performance, 9.94. In lane 2, we'll see Recoy Brathwaite of the British Virgin Islands. He comes in with a season best of 10 seconds flat. The Ghanaian will be in lane number 3. He is as Marty, 10.05 season best. Oblique Civil, much talked about, 9.82 seconds this year at our national trials. He will definitely be one of the favorites to look out for in that semi-finals. In heat number 2, we see Akeem Blake, 9.89 personal best, season best 9.92 seconds. Looked not necessarily comfortably in his opening round, but he was able to qualify for this year, the semi-finals. He will go up against the likes of Kenny Benderick of the USA. Kenny Benderick comes in with a personal best of 9.87 seconds, ran earlier this year. Also, the South African Akaini Simbini, 9.86 seconds is one to look out for, and no need to ask the youngster Leslie Tubogo, 9.88 seconds. So I think Akeem Blake will be faced with some tough competition in this year heat number 2, well, semi-final number 2 of the men's 100 meters. My favorites, I think I'll go with the in-4-man Kenneth Benderick, 9.87 seconds. I think Akani Simbini looked very, very convincing in his opening round to qualify for the semi-final. So my
What
top
chance
two
to give Tibogo?
Fine here.
Feedback.
All right, in semi-final 3, the much talked about Kishane Thompson of Jamaica, 9.77 seconds personal best. He will definitely be one of the favorites. He goes up against the likes of Fred Curley, 9.88 seconds this year as a personal best. And of course, Andre DeGrasse of Canada, 10 seconds. Zarnell Hughes, he has ran a personal best of 10 seconds also. But of course, Kishane Thompson, Fred Curley, my 1-2 picks. I am noticing I overlooked Noah Lyles. It's just coming to me that I overlooked Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles, he will feature in, of course, semi-final 1. So semi-final 1 will feature the likes of Oblique Seville, Noah Lyles of the USA. He would also have the likes of Recoy Brathwaite of the British Virgin Islands.
Getting kind of an ugly feedback. You're hearing a feedback, right?
Yes, there's a slight feedback in the transmission. There's still a...
Just trying to start that off. Let's continue giving a preview.
So the men's semi-finals is scheduled to kickstart at 8:05 Paris time. That will be at approximately 2:05 p.m. here in Jamaica. So, of course, we talked about the semi-finals for the men's 100 meters. And, of course, as we know, it's the first 2 from each semi-final and the next 2 fastest times to make it onto the final round. So, of course, it's day 4 of the Paris Olympic Games. A lot of drama, a lot of excitement, of course. No Shericka Jackson in the 200 meters this morning. A shocker, but again, if we were to go back to the comments made earlier this year earlier in the Olympic Games from her coach, Stephen Francis, I think he handled himself well when he informed us of the fact that it was up to her medical team to give her the green light. But as far as he had understood, she would have been okay. To my surprise this morning, she was a no-show. One of the questions that are looming with her omission is, how do we fancy our chances in the 4x1 with, of course, Shelley and Fraser Price also withdrawing from the 100 meters last evening with a possible injury scare. So
as we speak, Roger, the Caribbean looming loud again.
There's somewhat of a distorted feedback. Pioneer?
Sure.
So the commentary, your corrupt government says, I don't particularly like Sha'Carri and Noah. They both, I think he's trying to say they both got issues. Well, I think since Usain Bolt's retirement, both Sha'Carri and Noah Lyles have done great for the sport of athletics. I think Usain Bolt was the face of athletics. He brought excitement on and off the track, and it's a huge void to fill. But I think Sha'Carri and her exploits, not necessarily because she's just an American, but I think her personality inside of America has definitely aided and have brought good fortunes to track and field as a whole. Noah Lyles, the same could be said. Since Usain Bolt, he has definitely been that face of track and field. He has been that character. He has been outspoken. And for me, it's nothing to knock a person for. It is track and field. And I think his personality is one that, not necessarily to say it would affect his performances, but I think it benefits him as a person, and it does good for the sport. And I think it does good in terms of raising awareness, raising the excitement. And I think the spin-off is it raises the overall interest for track and field. So I would knock them or be negative towards the attention they have gotten from the US media in general by at large.
You hear me? Oh, this is.
You might have to restart or refresh the feed to see if that better.
Can I hear me, Roger? You hear me, Roger?
Yes, I'm hearing you without the feedback now.
All right, cool, good. I think I just fixed the problem. All right, Janko folks. I just saw a comment here. Still hating on Black America. It's sad Jamaica. That's conscious. It's not a hate thing, conscious. I think it's more a competitive thing.
Competitive rivalry. It's competitive rivalry.
Competitive rivalry. Personally, I take great pleasure in the fact that America, and as a track and field fan, as somebody who grew up, loving track and field from back in the early 80s, throughout the 90s, knowing how tough it was for Jamaicans to go through, to make it onto the medal podiums back then, knowing all of the ups and downs of people like Merlin Atty and Grace Jackson, to the Cuthbert, Raymond Stewart, when the Americans dominated, all right, to now see them having going through this drought. Since 1996, they have yet to have won the women's title at the Olympics. Since 2004, they have not won the men, and to know that it's us Jamaicans having gone through everything we have gone through, keeping them off the podium. It's a good feeling. It's about rivalry. It's about competition. It's like the Man U versus Liverpool kind of rivalry. You understand what I'm saying, Roger?
Yes, I'd agree.
It has nothing to do with hate personally, but it's just rivalry. On screen, Roger, I don't know if you're looking at it. On screen, we have the first heat in the men's 400 meter, we have Jamaican interest in this. You had the listing, Roger. Give me the Jamaican who runs out the heat one.
DeAndre Watkins, he comes in with personal and season best 44.48. He will go against the likes of Matthew Hudson-Smith of Great Britain, 43.74. He comes in ranked at number 2 in the world. I think Matthew Hudson-Smith will be one of the favorites. Christopher Bailey, 44.42, just at the US trials this year, running himself into shape. Top 3 automatically qualifies for the semi-finals. Like,
all right, Roger, you want to give a commentary? You want me to give a commentary on these races?
I'm not with the live feed. I'm still searching for the live feed as we speak.
All right, so I'll give a commentary for those who are in the stream who are unable to be seeing the races live. I'm giving the commentary. The gentlemen are on their marks, set, and they're off. Even break. We see Hudson-Smith making most of the running. Still an even break down the backstretch. Hudson-Smith biding his time. The American Bailey making a move. So is the Jamaican athlete coming around the stretch. It's Hudson-Smith from Bailey. Down the home stretch we come. Hudson-Smith is the one who leads them into the stretch. Alongside him is Bailey. Bailey surges ahead. It's Hudson-Smith and Bailey. Hudson-Smith surges ahead and wins in a time of 44.79 with Bailey second. Watkins, the Jamaican, not faring well in this one. He faded into 8th place. So it's Matthew Hudson-Smith of Great Britain, 44.79. Very good time to start our proceedings, Rajay.
As expected, 44.7 over exerted.
This is a man who has run 43.74 this year, so he has run a second faster than that. Watkins, the Jamaican, was in contention coming into the home stretch, but faded badly, and ended up in 7th and last place. They're on the 7 persons in this heat. So Hudson-Smith looking comfortable, looking good. I think Hudson-Smith for me, Rajay, is the favorite for this event. I guess we'll see persons like Stephen Gardner as the heats progress, but Hudson-Smith for me, Rajay, starts favorite when it comes to the finals.
Definitely, I'd agree. World Championship silver medalist. 44.7 to kickstart his Olympic campaign. As you rightly said, 43.7 this year. A measured and calculated run. The American on the outside there looked to have been Bailey, also looking smooth. 44.89, and the Norwegian Igval Didsen, 45.46 are the top 3 qualifiers. Again, on the note, Matthew Hudson-Smith, he comes in ranked at number 2, 44.7 to kickstart his campaign. I'd have to agree. He's among the favorites to be on that podium for the final.
Definitely. Let me just respond to a few comments here, Rajay. Conscious saying, no, it's not about rivalry, because many Jamaicans make personal attacks on these athletes. It's just a sport, people, not that serious to constantly attack character, look, or anything else. Looks or anything else. It goes with the territory. Conscious. I won't. Some of the comments or some of the criticism are comical in nature. Conscious. Some of it is done in a light-hearted manner. When people are criticizing you, when there's competition, when there's rivalry, you will find a little hint of that. Conscious. I don't think it is overly personal. I don't think it is something that we should make too much of. At the end of the day, what we want from athletes are top quality performances on the field. We want our athletes to. Everybody wants your teams and their athletes to win. You get the occasional personal jab here and there at a competitor, but I don't think it is as mean-spirited as it's sometimes taken to be. And I think Jamaicans by and large, just want our athletes to do well. We want to be on the podium. We want to be winning most, if not all, of the time. And there are athletes from outside of Jamaica who we are constantly competing with. Because I think Shakar is loved and embraced by a wide cross section of Jamaica. It gives us pleasure to see the Caribbean winning. And I think for me personally, Shakar losing the gold medal yesterday gives me a sense of satisfaction, not because of Shakar, but as I said, because of the the US-Jamaican rivalry that has been in existence for many, many years. As a Jamaican track and field fan, I would have suffered intensely as a young man at the hands of, the USA, people like Gail Divas, people like Flo Joe, people like Gwen Torrance on the female side. On the men's side, going back to 2004 with Justin Gatlin and Sean Crawford and Maurice Green. We can venture beyond that with people like Carl Lewis and Mike Marsh and Joe DeLoach. What are we talking about back in the 80s? So, for Jamaican and Caribbean athletes to now be coming to the fore and winning medals and depriving the Americans a medal, I think it's more along the lines of it gives us a sense of satisfaction. And I say I like it to a Man U fan who wants to see Liverpool lose. I say it's rivalry. It's that bitter rivalry that exists amongst countries, amongst club teams. And I say it's all within, for me, it's all within the fun, the good fun of just sporting rivalry. So I wouldn't make too much of it conscious. It's not something that I would, take a little bit, take on to and say too much about it. Next, I'm sure if the US were to be winning conscious, we would get that from the US. I'm sure if Shakari were to have won yesterday, the US, we see people like, remember, Roger, just this year, we saw Steve Smith responding to our Prime Minister, Andrew Mullen, live on First Take about that rivalry between Jamaica and the US. I'm sure even those major US commentators will be a little disheartened to know that Shakari didn't win that medal, because that was a medal that they thought they had wrapped up in the bag based on Shakari's form. On screen, Raja, we have semi-final 2. A big semi-final with Zambrano of Colombia. Very good athlete. We have Michael Norman, a man who America is looking for great things from. We have our very own Sean Bailey. Sean Bailey runs out at lane 5. Michael Norman runs out at lane 6. In lane 4, we have I'm trying the name. Give me a second, people. Name Molnar.
Hungarian, right? Molnar.
Hungarian Molnar. And in lane 3 from the Bahamas. Is that the Bahamas? No, that's from St. Lucia.
Lucia, right?
That's Joseph's from St. Lucia. The St. Lucian colors shining brightly because of Julian Alfred. And in lane 2,
is the man running out in lane 9 for Trinidad and Tobago, Jerry the Fireman Richards.
Fireman Richards.
44-1.
This should be a keenly contested heat, Raja. We're seeing probably 4 or 5 gentlemen here who would definitely favor themselves to advance to the semifinals. So let's see how they go. Michael Norman should be seeing himself as one of the men advancing. I'm sure that Zambrano out of Colombia, who would see himself as one of the favorites for this event also. And we all know how good Jerry Richards is. But let's see how they go. We would hope also that Sean Bailey, our very own Jamaican, advances from this semi. They're off. An even break for. We have Sean Bailey making some good running in the middle of the track. So is Michael Norman. Sean Bailey tracking Michael Norman in this one as they approach the 200-meter mark. Good running by Sean Bailey and Michael Norman. Zambrano has some work to do. We come to the top of the home stretch. Jerry Richards is also running well from the outside lane. It's coming down the home stretch. Michael Norman takes control. He moves through the pack. Jerry Richards is in the silver medal, is in second place. It's Norman from Jerry Richards. Sean Bailey was 5th in that one. 4th was the Botswana athlete. Botswana was 4th. The athlete from Qatar finished. The Botswana was 3rd. The athlete from Qatar finished 4th. Sean Bailey finishes 5th. I'm yet to see the times. I'm waiting on the times to come up. But Michael Norman looking comfortable, Rajay. Looking really comfortable in that one.
Yes, a comfortable run again from Michael Norman, looking smooth, a measured performance, not overly compensating. Jerry Richards, I think he ran a blinder out there in lane number 9, but it was Michael Norman from the mid lane running there from lane number 6 who
Definitely
was able to cover the stagger coming round that final 100 meter. The Botswanian athlete there, Kebit Nashipe, was one of the fast finishers. I think he just pipped out Sean Bailey there. 44.10 was the flash time there for Michael Norman.
Wow.
Business-like performance. I think they're setting things up for what looks to be a grand finale. And again, remember the world record, 43.03, set by the South African.
Wade Van Niekerk. That was set in 2016 at the Rio Olympics. Good run by Michael Norman. 44.1. That's a cracking time.
44.31 for the Trinidad and Tobago man there.
44.31. And based on how Jerry Richards ran, I thought he ran a measured race. He was looking across to see what position he was in. He basically looked like he had something in reserve. I'm looking at the overhead shot now, Rajay, and he ran a measured rate. Very, very fast heat, Rajay. 44.1 is that's
the time. Did you get the time for Sean Bailey? I think
no, I didn't get the time for Sean Bailey. He actually finished 5th. He actually finished 5th. The Qatari athlete actually came through to pip him on the line. So Sean Bailey was 5th. It's top 2 that advances, Rajay, right?
Top the first 3 in each heat, right?
First in heat, and then. Oh, but hold on. But
there's a reprecharge rule.
Reprecharge round, people. And this will take a little getting used to. I think it adds a little. By the way, Roger, we haven't spoken about this. 44.68 for Sean Bailey. That's a really, really good time. Personal bets for the Botswana and the Qatar, Ibrahim from Qatar. Season best for Michael Norman. 44.68 to finish 5th. That's a good time. That's an excellent time for a first round run.
As expected, when you looked at the entrance for the second heat, it would almost stand to reason that this would have been one of the faster of the 6 heats, with the likes of course, Norman, Richards, Bailey, and of course the Qatari man, Ibrahim. Zambrana, shockingly, wasn't able to make much of an imprint on this one.
We were expecting a little bit more from Zambrana. Run out of that one. As I was saying earlier, Rajay, we haven't gotten a chance. Give me your views as a man who have been around world athletics, as a man who have been to many major events on the world stage. Give me your views on this repechage round, a second chance for many athletes to make it from the heats to the semifinals. Give me your thoughts on it.
Like yourself, for me, it's still taking some getting used to. I think it's an interesting dynamic being implemented here by World Athletics. I haven't seen too much negative comments, but me personally, I think it's taking some getting used to. I'm still reading, I'm still watching and getting myself familiar with it. But I think it does overall good for athletics because, again, often there have been situations where we've seen favorite athletes for one reason or the other.
I'm making it
too early or not being able to progress to the final round. So with this reprieve / reprecharge round, I think it does good for us, the viewers, and I think for even the patrons inside the stadiums and the athletes themselves. I think it's more pointing towards a positive step than the negatives. I think I can see more positives than I could highlight the negatives of having this year implementation. But again, for me, it's still unfamiliar ground.
Check, Pioneer. You hear me now?
Come on, hold on, Gavi. Yeah, you're live now, Gavi. I have you up live. And let's welcome Gavi. Welcome to the stream,
Good
Gavi.
afternoon, Gavi.
Gavi is live. Again, folks, Gavi is live in Mitchelltown. Gavi, just temper your volume a little for me, Gavi. You're coming through a little loudly. Just adjust your volume.
Oh, go on. May I have huge problems with the internet service down here. But forgive me for the now here.
We're hearing you loudly and clearly, Gavi. Just hold on 1 second, Gavi. We're having P3 of the men's 400 meters. Roger, just run through the starting summary, Roger. Again,
no
people have
Jamaicans in this one in lane number.
Sorry about that, Pioneer. See, my internet connection is giving big problems down here.
Oh. All right, hold on. We're just.
Okay. I'm down on the ground shooting some footage for this excitement. Wait, so we don't have any qualifications in the 400?
Not yet, Gavi. None of our athletes have automatically qualified for the semis. But on track now, we have heat number 3. No Jamaicans in this one. However, the starting order, lane number 2, we see Endori of Botswana. In lane number 3, representing, it looks to be Zamibia, is Zamukonga. In lane 4, representing the Czech Republic, is Krzyzek. In lane 5, representing Germany, is Bordeaux. In lane 6, the man from South Africa, Pile. In lane number 7, it's Dylan Borley, a part of the Borley brothers, representing Belgium. In lane 8, it's the man from Italy, C2. And in lane 9, it's the Japanese, Nakajima.
Definitely. Of note, Roger, we see the Botswanans, their rich cult history in the 400 meter continuing.
44-1 personal best.
Definitely. Rich culture, the Botswana. We
from lane number 2.
Not very familiar with some of these names outside of Dylan Borley, but let's see how these gentlemen go. They're off. Even break. As they go up the back stretch. We see what's the Botswana making good running from the inside lane. They come to the 200 meters mark. Very, very hotly contested race. We have the South African in the middle of the pack making some good running. The athlete from lane 3 who is clad in full black, surging ahead, shutting down early, cruising to the finish line at a time of 44.56. These times, the Zambian athlete, let me get his name, Samokango, looking smooth, Raja, 44.56. These are some great opening times, Raja, for our first round. 44.56 for our first round heat is a special time. Really great, really great running in the first 3 semifinals. The Botswana came through also from lane 2. So both gentlemen in the inside lane making most of the running in this heat. Let me see who got the 3rd qualifying spot. The 3rd qualifying spot went to the Italian. Very good running, very good first round running. Raja, this sets up, and the Zambian looks really comfortable running that 44.56. Raja, he cruised, he shut down with about 50 meters to go and cruised home basically, which says he has a lot more in the tank for the semifinal. These semifinals should be hot, really hot, Raja.
Yes, I agree. 44.56, he looked very comfortable running a very measured and calculated race, and to the point you just made, was pretty much cruising through the final 50 meters. The Botswanian Endori 44.8. Him too running out from the inside lane. looked comfortable in qualifications, and as you
Really
rightly said,
comfortable.
this sets up for what looks to be a fire-cracking
Semi-final.
semi-final. Next
Well,
on track is heat number 4, the men's 400 meters. And of course, the youngster Quincy Hall of the US, he comes in ranked world number 1.
17-year-old Fina.
0.80 seconds this year, Pioneer.
He's, for those who are unaware, this is a 17-year-old phenom from the US. Much is expected from him. Let's see how he goes in this first round.
Going against the likes of course, the experienced Bahamian Stephen Gardner, 43-48. Pioneer, question, Stephen Gardner, disappointing last year at the World Championship.
With injury.
With injury, of course. Yeah. 44-39 season best. How do you fancy his chances this year at the Olympic Games?
I haven't seen much of him. From the little I've seen of him this year, Raja. He has been not overly impressive, but as I said, form is form. He's a quality athlete. I am looking forward to seeing how he will run in this first round for me to kind of measure his fortunes going forward. He's the Olympic champion. I'm sure he'll be thinking of retaining his title. Michael Johnson, as we know, is the only man in history to have retained a 400-meter Olympic title. So I'm sure Stephen Gardner would be wanting to join that list of
He would, sorry for interrupt, Pioneer. Chris Lee.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Stephen Gardner won't start.
He won't start?
He won't start.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's a shock.
Whoa. That's a shock. So, I mean, that lightens the field.
That lightens the field, definitely.
Definitely.
One to look for, Jonathan Sakor. Season best, personal best, 44.98. Jonathan Sakor, I remembered him from 2018 World Junior Championships. I think he won. He was the guy that defeated our young phenom at the time, Christopher Taylor, at the World Junior Championship. Good to see him making it at this year's Olympic Games. 44.98 as a personal best. With the exclusion now of Stephen Gardner, I think this youngster, I fancy his chances. Also, the Nigerian Ogazi, 44.52. He seems to be in fine form at these Olympic Games.
Oh, yes, I'm seeing it coming on screen now, people. Stephen Gardner, DNS. It takes away a little bit from the Olympic Games to see some of these major athletes not being able to take to the starters. I personally was looking for that clash between a Stephen Gardner and a Madsen Smith. We won't have that. So let's see how the youngster will go. Also of note in this race is Congo from the Damrep. I haven't seen him since here, but I know of his quality in previous years. Quincy Hall.
His personal best. Haven't been running quickly this year, 45.26 season best. But as you say, form. He's a pedigree athlete, not necessarily running his fastest this year. I think the youngster Quincy Hall will definitely be the undoubted favorite coming out of Kansas City.
We also have an Argentinian in this series, Lara Ringa. Not very often we see the Argentinians on the track.
44.93, ranked 28 in the world this year.
Seeing on screen a lot of Jamaican flags being flown in Paris, people. I'm thinking great anticipation for the 100 meters. The men are on track in their blocks for semi-final 4 in the 400 meters.
So the late assignments, lane 2, Ogando, Lorena. In 5, Ogazi.
I think we made a mistake. We're mixing up Quincy Hall with Quincy Wilson. This is Quincy Hall. This is not the youngster people. This is Quincy Hall. So This is not the 17-year-old freedom. This is Quincy Hall, the American champion, Quincy Hall, who runs out of lane 8. They are on their way up the back stretch. They go. The Australian putting some pressure onto Quincy Hall. They are at the 200-meter mark. The Australians seem to be making most of the running. Coming into the home stretch, he leads from Quincy Hall. Down the home stretch, here come Quincy Hall, trying to make up the stagger. Surges in front, shuts down, and wins comfortably in a time of 44:28. We can officially say this, Chris and Rajay, this track is super fast.
We've seen 44.1 in heat, 2 it was? No, we're seeing 44.2.
2.8. We saw 44.56. Officially, this is we saw the Nigerian coming through for second place. This is officially a very, very, very fast track. Excellent time by the American champion, Quincy Hall. And again, not to be confused with Quincy Wilson,
right?
The youngster. There's also, we see him talking into the screen, obviously talking to persons back home, expressing his delight as to his fortunes in the heats here. Looking really comfortable too. This year he has broken 44 seconds also this year.
43.
Yeah, man. Looking comfortable enough. Looking like he is saving a lot for the semi-final, shutting down with about 10 meters to go, and still running an impressive time of 44:28. This track is ready for some running, Rajay. This is a super fast, brand new race.
Coming in hard, 44:28, Ogazi 44:50, and of course the Australian there, Reese Holder 44:8.
Akango fading close to the back of the pack. Obviously, he's not in very good form this year, as we suspected. But great running from Quincy Hall.
Good running. I think the Australian went out very, very quickly over the first 200 meters. But of course, Quincy Hall, no stranger at this here competitions. He was not rattled. I think he remained focused, did not overexert, and as he rightly said, was able to cover back Holder with enough left in the tank to close out smoothly with 44.2.
A.M. Henry saying these 400-meter men could have had the 4x4 really as a backup. No, they have nothing. They have nothing. None making it out of the heats. Serve them right. None wanted to help Jamaica qualify. I can go a little further than that, A.M. Henry. We had the mixed relays yesterday. We clearly had a weakened leg, Rajay, from heels in the heats. And I was thinking that maybe one of these gentlemen would have probably, offered to run the first leg, giving Jamaica and themselves a shot at a medal. However, but as we are seeing now in the 400 meters, as A.M. Henry is saying, we won't have this could be there for many of these gentlemen. It might be they have the repertoire on, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But for them, the first
is still in contention based on his time.
Yes, understand. But we could see at least one or two of our charges not making it from the first round, Roger. And I'm thinking that we could have at least, had a replacement to heels in the mixed relays and give ourselves a chance at a medal some way, somehow. But I guess that's what under the bridge.
Just to say, Pioneer, adding that, I wouldn't be surprised if Sharika and Shelly turns up for the 4x1. I wouldn't be surprised of that. Because it could be that they just race one race. Sharika hasn't run any race so far. So I wouldn't be surprised she come and probably saved herself for the relay, knowing that that's her only medal that she probably can get at these championships because of her fitness. And same goes for Shelly.
And would you be thinking that would be 1 round or 2 rounds of the relay, Chris?
I would be thinking for I would be thinking 1 round.
Just for the
Especially for Sharika.
Just for the final.
Yes, especially for Sharika.
All right.
Next on track, Heat 5. One to look out for the veteran Kirani James of Grenada. 44.38 season best, comes in ranked at 4th in the world this year. Pioneer Kirani, no stranger to these big races. Take us back to 2016. He was involved in that world record race. How do you fancy his chances?
I've seen Kirani. Kirani is a warrior, Raja. Always thereabout, always up for the big show. Kirani will make these finals in these Olympics. I fancy his chances. Kirani is a man that you can never count him out of any big meet. Even when he's not at his best, he has found ways to come up with medals. Warrior, as I said, approaching the twilight of his career, I'm sure this will possibly be his final Olympics. I'm sure he would fancy himself going out with some silverware. So he has been rounding into form nicely this year. I think this is one of the seasons that he has had very little challenges with his health. So I am putting him in the final and giving him a great shot of getting a medal.
Also, one to look out for is the Canadian NCAA indoor and outdoor champion Christopher Morales Williams, 44.05 season and personal best run this year. He will be running in lane number 8. The Botswanian also comes in with a personal best of 44.54 seconds. He will be running just outside of the multiple Olympic medalist Kirani James. That's in lane number 7.
What we're seeing here, Rajay, are some quality runners from Botswana that will speak to the quality of the 4x4.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely. There should be one of the few.
I agree. So it's Ray of Italy, it's Pitts of Switzerland, it's Nene of South Africa, it's Carvalho of Brazil, it's Kirani James of Grenada, Botswana, Scotch, Canada, Morales Williams, and in lane 9, the man from Sri Lanka, Singh Gaporaj. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you now, Roger. You hearing me?
Okay. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, man, respect. No feedback.
No feedback.
Oh, yes, was on the field. Just last speak for a second. Kirani James surging to the front, people. Looking easy. 44.77 for Kirani James. Looking comfortable. Morales Williams of Canada in second, and the Sri Lankan runner in to the other automatic qualifying spot. The veteran looking good, looking really good, Raja.
I agree, and again, I'm not a sub 45 seconds clocking. 44.74 Kirani James of Grenada, looking comfortable, not over exerting, running a measured race. He looks good going into the next round.
Definitely. As I say, I think this year he has been healthy, looking really easy, even going around the 200 meter bench. Comfortable, not exerting too much energy. Basically, came off in second place behind the South African. Just put his foot down a little bit and surged to the front and comfortably qualifying in a decent time of 44.77. looking oh so easy for Ronnie James, saving a lot for the next round, the semi-final round. Comfortable, smiling. You can see his feeling. You can see that this is an athlete who's in good form and feeling good. Rajay, you dare not point out the veteran out of this one for being amongst the medals.
I agree. He came into these championships running a season best 44.38. Kickstarts his Olympic campaign running 44.7. I think he would feel definitely confident. I think his coach would be pleased with how he ran that race. I think he was running to instructions, not overexerting. And 44.7, I think he's confident. I think there's a lot more left in the tank. Again, he comes in ranked 4th in the world. So looking comfortable in heat number 5, 44.7. And it goes back to the point you were stressing all afternoon of the quickness we're seeing on the track.
Yeah, and for those who are wondering, when we mention about the track being quick, there were times when 44.7 won some major championships. As we have seen over the years, the standard has gotten higher. Yes, a part of it is the footwear and the apparel of the athletes, but another component to it is the track. And we heard from the designers of this track that they were putting down what they consider to be the fastest track in history. So, looking forward to see how this impacts the men's 100-meter finals, Rajay. I'm wondering what kind of time these speedsters, Kishian Thompson, Noah Alive, Oblique Civil, etc. What time would they be able to put down on this track today?
I mean, barring unforeseen circumstances, Kishian Thompson comes in this Olympic Games in 9.74. I mean, Noah Lyles has been running himself into shape since the US trials with a few consistent 9.8 clock-ins. Oblique Civil has looked very, very good. But of course, you still have the factor in the likes of Kenny Benderick, who has been looking good too over 100 meters. Hedrick Curley is also a name to not be counted out of these finals. But in terms of time, looking at these 400-meter times this afternoon, a lot of sub 45 seconds. And as you rightly said, it's pointing to a fast track. If all things go to the script, I will be definitely expecting a 9.7 final come the 100 meters later on this afternoon.
Conditions in Paris seem to be good today, Rajay. Yesterday when we saw rain, not seeing any rain, the skies are not looking, well, they're looking a little bit cloudy.
It seems to be a bit overcast.
And slightly overcast, but I'm seeing shadows on the warm-up track, which means the sun is out somewhat. Should be decent conditions for sprinting, I should think.
Definitely.
We're also seeing on the warm-up track the ladies for the semi-finals of the 800 meters. That will be on later on also. We have the 6th heat.
6th and final heat, and of course Javon Powell.
We have Jamaican interest in this also.
Number 3 comes in this 6th and final heat with a personal and season best of 44.54 seconds. But of course, the Belgian Alexander Doom is the favorite in this one. He comes in with a personal and season best of 44.15 seconds.
And Doom for a country like Belgium, Rajay, that has a rich history in the 400 meter with people like the Borley brothers. We have seen we have 4 Borley brothers. We have Jonathan. We saw Dylan in our early week, and we know the fortunes of Kevin Borley. Jonathan Doom has set himself up as the number 1.
Alexander Doom
has set himself up as the number 1 athlete out of Belgium right now, over 400 meters.
Definitely. And one not to be overlooked is Charles Dobson of Great Britain. He comes in with a personal best 44.23, ran just this season.
Here we go. So let's see how Javon Powell will go in this one. He runs out of lane 3. He has an inside lane.
Lane
He
3.
runs out of lane 3. So let's see how Powell will go. We hope for a Jamaican gentleman. We'd love to have a Jamaican in the 400 meter. We have such a rich history in this event, Raja. We only need to think back to people like Bert and Cameron and people of the types of Davy and Clark. Rich history, 400 meter history amongst Jamaicans. We can go all the way back to the 1940s with people like Herb McKinley to know how rich a history we have had in this event. Over time, Roger, we have seen our fortunes rising and falling in the 400 meter. Just last year at the World Championship, we saw Antonio Watson. Unfortunate for the young man, he got injured this season, hasn't been able to be at his best. I'm sure he's watching from somewhere,
remonstrating
with himself, thinking that, wow, this should have been my moment. This is my show. But he's a young man. He will have other chances in the future to be a part of the Olympic Games.
All right, let me give you the quick lineup of this, the 6th and final heat, the men's 400 meters. In lane 2, Diouf of Senegal. In lane 3, Powell of Jamaica. 4, Biron of France. In 5, Dobson, Great Britain. In 6, Ekwam, Kenya. In 7, Doom, Belgium. In 8, Sato, Japan. And in 9, Coelho of Portugal.
Runners are in their starting blocks.
Keep a close eye out for the man Dobson running in lane number 5.
Running out of lane 3 is Jamaican Powell. Here off. It's an even break. Javon Powell moving nicely up the backstretch. Closing in on Dobson. He has covered. We have the Kenyan who was leading. He just pulled up Rajay and fell out of contention. Javon Powell surging to the front from lane 3, comes into the home stretch ahead of the field. Driving home is Javon Powell. Looking in his review, here is Dobson. And Doom coming forward. Powell holding on for an automatic qualifying spot, and he gets it finishing 3rd. Dobson wins in a time of 44.96 over Doom. So Javon Powell securing an automatic qualifying spot in this heat.
For the Jamaican, Powell, Dobson, as I said, would have been among the favorites in this one. Again, another measured performance, 44.96, the stop clock says. Another sub 45 seconds clocking.
All these heats have been won in time under 45 seconds. Obviously.
Here for the Kenyan, Ekwam, pulling up here just about the 200-meter mark.
Yeah, man, he was actually looking well. He came into the race with heavy strapping on his leg, Raja.
You see the kinesia
seemed to be an issue with his right leg. Something seemed to have gone gravely wrong with him there.
But looking very, very fluid and fluent is Dobson.
Looking easy. Looking easy as ever, Raja.
Doom also qualifies automatically for the next round. So all the favorites from this here, the 6th and final. So the official times, Dobson 44.96, Doom 45.01, and Powell 45.12 are the automatic qualifiers.
Amidst a lot of some challenges at the end, but good to see him qualifying in an automatic spot.
I'd agree.
We improve everybody as a community stream people. We ask that you just like and share the stream. If you are new here, we ask that if you like what you're seeing and hearing here, we ask that you subscribe to the channel. This is I Am Sure Sports. My name is Pioneer. On the stream with me at this time is Roger Murdoch, one of the preeminent voices in track and field over the years, formerly of KLS, formerly also of the IWF, one of the analysts for the IWF for many years. Past KC athlete for those with the purple blood, you know, and he's a man that wears his KC flag proudly.
Yes, indeed.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, man, the one who wears
And
KC. And
speaking of KC,
we
again,
all
we have
know the
to
rich
say
history that KC has with track and field people. So, you know, everything about graduate is track and field. Also in the stream with us is Chris Lynch, who is giving some coverage and analysis at this time.
Not a KC man.
Not a KC man by any means, but a Kingston native nonetheless. All the way from Arkansas, another area that has a rich history in track and field. We all know the fortunes of our Jamaican athletes who have, you know, been a part of the University of Arkansas family. We're drawing closer to the time for the men's 100-meter semifinal, people. Share the stream for those who are unable to be seeing the races live. We will provide you with live commentary here. All right, so
the next on track will be the women's 800 meters semifinals.
There will be 3 semifinals there.
And of course, Natoya Gould Toppin bears the flag for us Jamaicans. She will feature in semifinal 1. She comes in with a personal best 155.96, season best 156.83. Pioneer, you would have seen her in the opening round. Give us your impression on what you saw and what you think or how you fancy your chances going against the likes of course, Phoebe Gill of Great Britain, the Kenyan Mary Mora, the Ethiopian Misela in semi-final 1.
She looked good. I think one of the problems with Gouli over the years, Roger, is that she has not settled on a particular race pattern. I liked her execution in the heat. She went out front. She didn't overexert herself. She stayed out of the pack. She stayed out of trouble, and she finished pretty well coming down the home stretch. Did not have to do too much, and ran a pretty impressive 158. Let's see if these tools a similar execution in the semifinals. I think what she needs to do is settle on a pattern of race. And we have seen her try that pattern. We have seen her try to run from the pack. But I think she's most effective when she gets out in front, finds a level of comfort, and tries to hold on to the ball. And I'm hoping that this is the strategy she will employ in the semifinals. And that should see her making the finals if she, in my opinion, if she were to employ the strategy. But it's going to be tough for her. If and when she gets, I think she's going to get through to the finals. But I think the finals is going to be a tough one. I think this is for the first time in a long time we could see one country sweeping the US. I'm getting a feedback. I don't know if it's from my end right there or is your end. Chris, I don't know if this is from your end, Chris. I don't know if I'm getting a feedback. Yeah, man. I'm fancying the British charges to sweep this. I know this is just the semi-final, people, but I'm fancying the British charges to sweep this 800 meter. I like how the young Gill looks. Gemma Reiki has looked awesome, and as we know, Healy Hodgkinson is the world leader.
One this year, world leader,
prohibited favorite, especially in the absence of some of the bigger names.
Kings of the US is also one to keep an eye out for in these finals.
Definitely, but I think the British ladies are doing pretty well, and if all 3 make it to the final, there's a good chance that they could sweep.
I agree.
Also coming up on screen is the women's high jump. No Jamaican interest there. Lamar Distin
No Lamar Distin.
went out in the first round, failing to make the finals, but she's young enough. She has a little. I think she has a few more championships in her. There were some of us who were kind of hoping that somehow, some way, she might have made this final and give herself a shot at a medal, an outside medal. But it wasn't to be. So we wish her well for the future. We have some of the traditional countries that normally dominate this event.
The Ukrainians.
The Ukrainians
this year.
Yeah, the Eastern Europeans are always the ones to look out for the high jump. So
the Australian Oslega, she comes in ranked at number 2 in the world, 203.
Yes. So we are seeing the qualifiers for the men's 400-meter semifinals, led by Michael Hall and Quincy Hall, Michael Norman and Quincy Hall, Jerry Richards.
Jerry.
Also qualified. We have Javon Powell qualifying also. It seems, let me see if Sean Bailey has made it.
He missed out 44.68, just outside the automatic
Sean
spot.
Bailey missed out on an automatic qualifying spot. So he now has to go to the repechage round with hopes of qualifying. We also see on screen the men, the big men, for the 100 meters in the call room, seeing the likes of Noah Lyles and Oblique Civil. And they will go off right after. Hold on, no. Well, I had a 1 o'clock start for the men's 100 meter. It seems that 100 meters semifinals will go off before the 800 right there.
Yes. Yeah, so the next on track will actually be, the next on track.
The next on track will actually be the
men's
100 meters.
So my apologies to our listeners.
Yeah, man, the 800 will come up later.
Apologies to our listeners.
All right, so
the much talked about men's 100 meters, day 4 semifinals, and of course the first 2 in each heat qualifies. And the next 2 advances to the finals based on time. Heat 1, the much talked about Noah Lyles comes in with a season best 9.81 seconds, also personal best. Oblique Civil also this year ran a personal best 9.82 seconds. They will be the front runners in this year semi-final 1. Pioneer.
Yeah, man, I'm here.
Oblique Civil. Talk us through this duel. Oblique Civil, of course, has been on let's say on the back door of a championship medal. Running in fine form this year, would have finished second at the national championship with a personal best. Running consistent. How do you fancy his chances in this year semi-final 1?
Two fourth place finishes at the World Championships. Rajay. This year we saw him doing something a little different. He ran a couple of 200 meters early in the season. Looking at him in terms of his physical, his body, he looks a little bit stronger than he was in the past. I think one of his problems for me was always that recovery from the semifinals to the finals of the major championships you have seen. It's left to see whether some will change this year. I'm picking him to win the semifinal. I'm picking him to get the better allies.
And on the note of you saying he's looking stronger this year, you ran a PB 20.17 in the 200 meters back in March this year.
He actually broke 19 seconds in 20 seconds in a 200 meters. I think he ran a 19.97, if my memory serves me right, earlier this year also. I don't know if you're looking at his official stats, but I have him running.
Yes, I'm actually looking at his official stats here.
90. So that's the average. That's 20.17
back in March this year.
All right, so maybe that 19 was vindicated, but I
Yeah.
remember racing running
Not official.
19 seconds. So, but he looks a much stronger athlete. Had a PB this year in that racers meet, 9.82. I think this is the obliques year. I think this is the year that he's trying to get that fourth place monkey off his back, so to speak. He will fancy himself. I'm expecting him to execute well in the semi-final. I'm expecting him to get the better of Noah in the semi-final and make it through to the finals.
No.
Noah, on the other hand, will feel like he had something to prove. Didn't have the best showing in the heats. Looking for him to come out. He'll have to come out running, definitely. This field is the field is a bit stacked. The minor runners in that field, right, they will be fancying their chances of making the finals. Everybody will be going all guns. Looking for a time of somewhere around 9-9 to win the semi-finals.
9-9.
But I'm picking Civil and Lyles to advance from this.
And just to add to your point, in the opening rounds, Noah Lyles, as you said, did not look as convincing. I think personally he will be wanting to send a message in this year, the opening semi-final, with the fact that Kishane Thompson will be running in the final, well, in the third semi-final.
Third semi-final,
so
yeah,
think
definitely.
Noah Lyles will be looking to set the gauntlet down. So as you rightly said, definitely a sub-10 clocking. I'm looking in the region of a 9.85 performance in the semi-finals for Noah Lyles.
9.85. All right. All right. So let's see how they go, Rajay. So switching my feed here, people. See if I can find it. 100 meters.
Now, in heat number 2, Simbini, Benderick, Blake, and of course the Italian
Marcel Jacobs.
Marcel Jacobs.
Also, Leslie Tibogo.
Tibogo, not to count out Tibogo. I think I've said earlier in the coverage that this year's heat 2 of the men's semi-finals would have been one of the tougher of the 3 heats to be contested. And of course, we got the likes of Akeem Blake representing Jamaica in this one with his season best 9.92. But Benderick, though, to me, he has been one of the surprises in the 100 meters this year, 9.87. Tibogo, you and I have spoken on here, we've spoken off here about his progression, and still not necessarily over enthusiastic about Leslie Tibogo. 9.88 seconds ran just this year, but I'm still thinking he will have enough to make it through to the final rounds. Akini Simbini, one of the veterans in the field, 9.84 personal best. He comes in with a season best 9.86 seconds. Simbini is known for his fast starts. I think if he gets out to a bullet start, the dynamic of this one can very much change. But the front runners, Kenny Benderick, Tibogo, Simbini.
Definitely. It's going to be a little tough for Akeem Blake. I think for him to make this finals, he'll have to run a pre-PB. On screen are the men in semi-final 1 of the 100 meters final. It's the big show. By far, I think this is the most anticipated event of the Paris 2024 Olympics, Rajay. I think the 100. This is a year. I think the last Olympics, the 100 meter, the men's 100 meter, kind of took a backseat to the women's event. I think this year the men's 100 meter has, surged to the front. The gentlemen are being introduced in lane 3. We are seeing the introduction of Noah Lyles now. A lot of theatrics as usual. Right beside him is a man who actually beat him, and Lyles runs out on lane 4, came into the finals with 10.04. Beside him in lane 5
Hinecliffe of Great Britain
is the man Louis Hinecliffe, who ran 9.98 in the first round to make it through to these semifinals. Coached by the great Carl Lewis, I'm sure he'll be fancying his chances. Oblique Civil bounces around in lane 6.
Fourth at the 2022 and 2023 World Championships.
Advanced to this semifinal with a time of 9.99. Esme, the Cameroon, who impressed in the first round, ran a season's best 9.98 to make it through.
Ranked 10th in the world this year.
The Cameroonian flag flies high and beautiful in the stands. The Italian, Ali, Kitoru Ali, who qualified at a time of 10.12, big bustling fellow. He runs out of lane 8. And Masingana, Sean Masingana, Ghani, from South Africa. I remember this gentleman from college. Was a very good athlete when he ran in the NCAAs. He runs out of lane 9 for South Africa.
African under-20 silver medalist, World University Games silver medalist, and of course, World University Games bronze medalist.
The gentlemen have been called to the blocks.
So it's Ashe of Nigeria, Brathwaite of BVI, Asmati, Ghana, Lyles, USA, Hinecliffe, Great Britain, Civil, Jamaica, Esme, Cameroon, Ali, Italy, Masegwanye, South Africa.
Set. It's a clean break. Civil gets out. Lyles is running a great race, but Civil wins this one. 9.80. Looking comfortable. Looking across. No Lyles. 9.8. Rounded up to 9.81. Rajay with into a plus 0.7 win. Oblique Civil.
Run there for the Jamaican.
Great run for Civil. Lyles securing second spot in this one. Both are through to the finals as we suspected and as we predicted. Let me see the times. The other times haven't come up. We know that Civil has won in a time of 9.80. Excellent run from Oblique Civil. He got out early.
Brilliant
Lyles got a decent start, but Civil made most of the early running. Lyles powered his way through the field. Civil was comfortable, easing up with about 10 meters to go. Looking pretty comfortable in Civil.
Lyles was left with too much to do in that second half of the race. Civil, on the other hand, he got out to a brilliant start and was able to shut down somewhat with about 10 meters to go, as Lyles was the fast finisher closing down. A strong signal, strong message here being sent by Civil, looking smooth, looking comfortable,
looking across.
Finals, 9
looking across.
Seconds.
Looking across.
That said, Rajay and Pioneer, no excuse from the man this time around. Looking
there you go. There you go.
Is Oblique Civil.
Very confident run by the man.
Covered the field at like 60 to 70 meters, and then Noah Lyles still looks struggling, like he's struggling to perform.
Noah Lyles didn't have a great first half of his race, so in my opinion, I think he had more work to do for that final 50 meters. Civil, on the other hand, he got off to a brilliant start. I think he was one of the fastest starters. And
he looked
able to cover.
Civil looked mighty comfortable in that one, Chris.
9.81 official time.
PB
is PB. Well, improving his personal best from 92 seconds. Oblique Civil setting the tone. Semi-final one.
Louis Hinchcliffe came through for third in 9.97. In third place, he goes as one of the fastest qualifiers. Let's see how the other heats will progress. Civil looking mightily impressive, Chris. What do you think?
Yeah, I picked Civil. I think this was his breakout time to win a medal on the world stage. I liked how he has looked this season. Look confident, and it just seems as if Lyles was talking up a storm to intimidate. And I hope Civil doesn't be intimidated this time around because he's looking very impressive. That was a very good run from Oblique. PB again looking like I said, shooting. I think he ran like 80 meters, 70 to 80 meters, and then he was looking very comfortable. So,
Comfortable, all right? Yeah. All right. So,
And quite notably, I saw, quite interestingly, Civil was focused through to the line. He wasn't doing his regular shenanigans of looking to the left, looking to the right. He seemed focused.
well, he did a little bit of that still, Roger. He kind of looked across. He looked to the right at first to see if there was anybody. Then he looked across. When he got close to the line, he looked across at Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles obliged and looked back across at him. Noah Lyles was finishing fast. But Civil looking awfully comfortable in this one. And let's see if he maintains this kind of form and composure in the final, gentlemen. I see him making the podium. But my thing is with the psychology of Civil. When the race is fast and people are beside him, how will he respond? How will he keep his form? That's the question. That's $1 million question for me. Stefan, right? Stefan, I see your comment. You're saying Pioneer, hence me saying from day one, I have Oblique over Kishin. He has been battle tested. That is to be seen. We'll find that out at 10 minutes to 3 o'clock today. Stefan. But in the meantime, we are here preparing for Heat 2. Gentlemen, I don't know which one, but there's a device that is playing in the back and it's feeding back a little bit. I don't know who has that, so if you can just adjust the volume for me a little bit, please. But great running from Oblique Civil. I'd love to see we know that Louis Hitch came through for third. The other placings, and he ran a time of 9.97. There were no other runners under 10 seconds in that one. So I would love to see who is the other person sitting in the fastest loser spot at this time. So, seen on screen, the man, Kishane Thompson. Semifinals 2 is on track. Give us the rundown, Rajay. Give us the starting lineup. You hear me, Rajay? So let me give the starting lineup. In lane 1, we have Espinosa of Cuba. In lane 2, we have Matadi of Liberia. Espinosa qualified for the semifinals at that time of 10.11. Cubans have a rich history in sprinting, not being to the top of the mountain, but they do have a history in sprinting. Matadi is from Liberia. He qualified for this semifinal with a time of 10.08. He ran 9.91 2 weeks ago. We have our very own Akeem Blake running out of lane 3. He qualified with a time of 10.06. He was third at the Jamaican trials, at a time of 9.92. In lane 4, we have the Botswanan Leslie Tibogo. He qualified for the semifinals with a time of 10.01. Former world junior champion. Beside him in lane 4 is Akini Simbini. He qualified for these semis with a time of 10.03. Earlier, Rajay called him a veteran, been around for a little while now. In lane 6, we have the Nigerian Ayasola Ajayi. He qualified for the semifinals at a time of 10.02, and he said, "Be settled." Beside him in lane 7, we have the man Kenneth Benerick from the USA. They call him Kung Fu Kenny. He qualified looking smooth with a time of 9.97. Out of lane 8 is the Olympic champion from Italy, Marcel Jacobs. He made it through this round running a time of 10.05. There's a lot of questions surrounding, can he make it back to the final? Can he repeat as Olympic champion? Out in lane 9, and we are using 9 lanes here, gentle folks, is the man, Joshua Hartman. He qualified for these semifinals with a time of 10.16. The big men are behind their blocks.
So all eyes on Leslie Tobogo, World Championship silver and bronze medalist.
Kenny Benerick, Marcel Jacobs, Keane Simbini. This is the semifinal is stuck, gentlemen. Let's see who will come out. You want to give me a quick pick? Roger?
Of course, as you know, Benderick is amongst the favorites. Simbini, 986 PB this year. My front runners, Simbini, I'm looking for him to get a great start. And if he's able to cover the field over that first 30 meters,
I think
he will have a
great start for Hakeem Blake. Tobogo surges to the front. Kenny Benerick is coming forward. So it's Simbini. It's the Africans here. It's Simbini from Tobogo, 9.86. It's Simbini
on the money
from Tobogo. Benerick seemed to have been left in the back a little bit there. Marcel Jacobs has been run out of it. It's Simbini from Tobogo.
It was a pioneer side. It was always about that first half of the race.
Simbini, 9.86 from Tobogo. Still waiting on the times and placement, but the winner and the second place was kind of clear. Tobogo got a brilliant start. So did Hakeem Blake. The Nigerian got a brilliant start, but Simbini came from in front. Whoa. Okay, so Marcel Jacobs seemed to have gotten third. I think he edged out Kenny Benerick. So Marcel Jacobs might have even run himself into it's close for second place, people. Marcel Jacobs have been awarded second. Whoa, so no, that's not right. They're showing Tobogo with a time of 9.91 in third, but they're showing Jacobs with a time of 9.92 in second. That needs some clarification.
It looks to be the Italian.
No, man, the time they're showing, though, the times are kind of contradictory because they're showing Jacobs' time as 9.92 and they're showing Tobogo's time as 9.91. The overhead shot shows that.
Let's look at the photo.
Tobogo, I think Tobogo got it. I think Tobogo would have got it.
Tobogo on the inside. It looks to be, based on the photo finish, it looks to be Tobogo's torso that comes across the line first.
Wow. Very close for the second qualifier. Very close.
But
very close for the second qualifier.
More experienced Simbini was able to pull through. But looking at the start, though, I believe Tobogo had a brilliant start getting out the blocks.
Okay, so let me clarify this. So it has been given to Simbini. Tobogo has this. So Jacobs with a time of 9.92, impressive run by the Olympic champion, is now in the bubble, along with Kenny Benerick. Oh,
big surprise here in heat number in semi-final 2.
Yeah, Chris. Well, give me your thoughts on that, no, Chris. Man. Give me your thoughts on that.
Was a very good race from your runner that you have abandoned, Hakeem Simbini. That's a runner that you have abandoned all of a sudden. I haven't heard him.
If you ask me, Chris, I think this is his final. We have seen this from Simbini on numerous occasions. We have seen him run very well in semi-finals, making it through the finals, promising but not delivering. So, but let's see what happens. Let's see what happens in the final. He's into the final again, Chris. But let's see what happens. I just want to see those times again going down.
Jacob obviously benefit from what a lot of athletes, especially in the US and Jamaica, doesn't benefit from. He doesn't have to go to a trial. you can imagine if Sharika Jackson didn't have to go to a trial, she would have probably had enough time to heal and not basically run. So Jacob benefit from stuff like that, and obviously he's using it to his
Run
benefit
himself into
because
shape.
he's qualified. I think that time will get him into the final.
Definitely, 992 is a very, very good time. What was Ben Eric's time? I didn't see that.
Yeah,
What time?
I didn't see Ben Eric.
The high jump is going on while the 100 meters are on, people. So the screen they have kind of cut to the high jump, so we're not seeing. The time came up for a short at the moment, but then it went away. I'd love to see the times. I would like to see the times. Akeem Blake apparently has been run out of it. I think he was 5th or 6th. Good running though, very good running in that semi-final too. Very good running in semi-final too. Looking forward to the semi-final 3 people. We are the preemptive favorites. Our very own Kishian Thompson will be running from lane. What lane is Thompson in Chris?
Thompson runs from lane number 4.
Lane 4. Fred Curley runs from which lane?
Fred Curley runs from lane number 7.
Oh, all right. I'd love to see another replay of that semi-final 2 though. Very good, very, very, very good running from those gentlemen in semi-final. I would love to see how many of those runners went sub 10 seconds. Unlike the first semi-final that had only 3 runners under 10 seconds, I'm thinking that at least 4 or 5 runners, well, at least 4, possibly 5 runners in that semi-final went sub 10. We know the top 4 definitely went sub 10. Wanting to see the time of Akeem Blake and the others in that heat.
Yes, I'm suspecting that we're going to have a new sub 10 king soon. I think Oblique Civic, yes, let's tend to run a lot of sub 10s.
Yeah, he's consistently running sub 10s.
On screen, gentlemen, here are the gentlemen for the 3rd semi-finals of the men's 100 meters. The big show. In lane 1, we have the man Boonson from Thailand. Boonson. Non-traditional country making the semi-finals at the 100 meters. The man Andre DeGrasse, the 200 meters Olympic champion, runs out of lane 2. This hasn't been his best year sprinting at all. Let's see how we'll go in this one. Qualified with 10.07. In lane 3, our very own, even though he runs for Britain, Daniel Hughes, went to school in Jamaica, went to Kingston College, qualified for the semi-final in 10.03. Daniel Hughes representing Britain. In lane 4, the preemptive favorite, the man, Kishian Thompson, he roars. Made his semi-finals in a time of 10.00. Sonny Brown, another man with Jamaican connection, actually lived and went to school in Jamaica in his early formative years. Running for Japan, the man, Sonny Brown, qualified at a time of 10.02. Ferdinand Omanyala from Kenya runs out of lane 6. He qualified for this with a time of 10.08. Dangerous contender. The man Fred Curley from the US runs out of lane 7. Curley made these semifinals running a time of 9.97. This is a stacked field, gentlemen. The man Samino from Ghana, who ran 10.06 in the heats, runs out of lane 8. And running out of lane 9 from South Africa, it's Benjamin Richardson, who ran a time of 10.06 to get to these semifinals. Quick call, Raje. How do you see this one going?
Thompson, Omanyala, Curley.
All right. I'm going to go with Thompson, Curley. Zarnell Hughes.
So as we
The
see,
gentlemen have been called.
Shane Thompson with his
Black.
9.77 is the 4th fastest Jamaican of all time.
On their marks. On their marks. Sit. And it's a clean break. Good start for Fred Curley. Good start for Kishian Thompson. Kishian Thompson surging to the front. Fred Curley. It's Kishian Thompson from Fred Curley. 9.80. Kishian Thompson looking as easy as ever. Out front. Fred Curley looking pretty comfortable also in second. As I said, I think it was been Kishian Thompson from Fred Curley, waiting to see who got the minor places. Very good running from Kishian Thompson, comfortably into the finals. Running a decent time, 9.80. Rajay, tell me what you think about that run. How you see it?
Comfortable run, not overexerting. Good first half of the race, got out the blocks, got into his running early, was able to step off the gas over that final 15 meters, 9.80 second, looking comfortable going
Looking
into
comfortable,
the finals.
also looking across.
Is
Early.
sending a big signal.
Let's see who got third place.
Omanyala falling way behind on the pecking order.
Benjamin Richardson, the South African, seemed to have run himself into third place. But let's see the times. Let's see the times and let's see who are the two automatic qualifiers for the finals.
So 9.80 second.
9.80 for
9.81 for Civil.
For Civil. 9.86 for Simbini.
9.86 for Simbini. The Jamaicans are looking imperious.
Looking great. Looking in fine form. I want to see if all three Americans made it through. I want to see the two fastest losers.
Of course, Noah Lyles safely through to the final. Curley safely through to the final. We're still waiting to see. So,
Preacher, give me an update on the thing, Preacher. 993. Ben, hold on. Who is 993? Benerick, 993.
Looks like Benerick is safe.
Yeah.
Jacobs looks
Jacobs
to be
is safe. Okay. Okay. So both qualifiers came from that heat. Benerick and Jacobs. So the Olympic champion is into the finals with a chance of defending his title. This final is gonna be a cracking one, gentlemen. This is gonna be a cracking final.
A season best 992 for the Olympic champion there in the semi-finals.
Rounding into form at the right time.
At the right time.
I can recall many persons saying he won't make the finals. I remember watching a podcast with Justin Gatlin and his co-host that was saying that they don't see Jacobs making the finals. But you never question the heart of a champion, as they say. Finding a way to get back into the final with an opportunity to defend his title.
Well, one of the notable performances throughout the semifinals for me would have been Fred Curley, 984 season best. Of course, the Jamaicans would have come into this championship riding on a high from the exploits at their national trials with Kishian Thompson and Oblique Civil. Noah Lyles, 983, still looking to be in good form, still looking like there's some adjustments to be made in the first half of his race. But Fred Curley, 984, running down the likes of a Kishian Thompson, even though it could be said that Kishian Thompson was somewhat taking his foot off the gas in the final 15 to 20 meters of that one.
Let me say something of note here.
A tantalizing one. Again,
let me say something of note here, Rajay. Let me put a note here. The Olympic champion Marcel Jacobs and Kenny Benerick will be running from the outside lanes. One will be running from lane 1. One will be running from lane 8.
9.
From lane 9. Or the lane 2. They're going to use 8 feet. So one is going to be running from the inside lane, whether that be 1 or 2. And the other is going to be running from lane 9 or 8, whichever they choose to use as the outside lane. Both of these gentlemen can be very dangerous.
I mean, I'm just putting that last year's championship in the women's 100-meter where we saw the likes of that being afforded the opportunity to run on the outside lane. So
we saw Benerick running from the inside lane in his heat. He ran very well. And I think those two outside lanes are going to be of keen interest. The others, the other big guns will be inside, like Noah Lyles, Fred Curley,
Simbini,
Tibogo, Kishian Thompson, and Oblique Civil. But those two gentlemen will be on the outside lane.
It looks like both the Jamaicans will be.
This is gonna be a cracking finals, people. These finals are gonna be mouth-watering. Trust me, this is gonna be a mouth-watering 100-meter final. It comes up in approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes, people. Go nowhere. We are gonna be right here. We're keeping you posted, and we're keeping you in touch and intact with what is happening in Paris. A little bit disappointing for Andre DeGrasse. He ran a decent race,
albeit a season best performance.
Yeah, what was his time? What time did DeGrasse run?
9:98.
9:98, a season best.
It wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough to make it through.
Wasn't enough. We saw the same thing too for Akeem Sani Brown of Japan.
What time did he have? 9:96. Was that a PB?
Sorry?
Was that a PB? Was 9:96 a PB for
personal best, right? Missing out with a personal best, 9:96.
Well, how many gentlemen in that race finished under 11 seconds? Rajay, I'm not seeing the results.
Sorry?
No, I'm asking how many of those gentlemen finished with that time under 10 seconds?
27. I'm looking at 27 competitors on the summary that finished below. So the slowest time came from the Cuban Espinosa, 10:21.
Okay. Oh. All right. Let me just bless up some people in the chat. Willie Scott. Stefan writes, I'm calling it Oblique from Kishian from Noah. All right.
That's reasonable. Oblique, Kishian. Well, wow. That's an interesting take. Watching the semifinals, quite noticeably, Oblique Civil had a brilliant start for his 981 PB. And I think he's still showing signs of having more left in the tank. Earlier in the coverage, I predicted a 9-7 final with both Jamaicans now clocking 980, 1 hour in between recovery. I mean, we have some of the greatest coaches, some of the greatest backroom staffs. I think I'm still pretty much eyeing a 9-7 final. Oblique Civil, I think he has improved his chances for a medal. I think a lot of persons, including myself, was doubting whether or not he would have had the mental fortitude to overcome some of the previous challenges we've seen him face at championships. This year, he's running himself into shape, and he's running himself into shape at the championship. 1981 can't be overstated, a personal best. He is definitely one to look out for. Kishian Thompson had a pretty decent first half of his race, looked in control of his race, and 980 second. Fred Curley was one of the fast finishers in that race, though slower than Noah Lyles 983 with 984 second. Fred Curley, with running a season best, seems to be one also running himself into shape at these championships.
I think he's the most dangerous he's gonna be the most dangerous person in the semi.
Definitely. That's the point I was.
Fred Curley is most dangerous. Let me just highlight a comment that is made here, and I want to say, Chris D said, "Hey Noah, the flood is coming, and no art can save you from the Jamaicans." All right, bless up to everybody in the comment section. Welcome forward.
Really having the greatest of championships, though he's still left with one race in the 100 meters. We are still not sure if he's running to instruction. You can't count a champion out. It's still the defending world champion.
Here you go.
Still running, let's say, in good reign. He's still running 9.83. He's still competing at a high level with the front runners. The finals, 1 hour to go to recovery. I'm always stressing the point that Noah is a stellar 200-meter runner, so he would have had that as one of his advantages. When he
on track as we speak, Raja, is the first semi-final in the women's 800-meter, and we have Natalia Gould going in this one.
Natalia going in heat number 1.
Natalia going in. They didn't even introduce the athletes properly. I just saw the race come up and they are off. All right, so Natalia Gould in the first semi-finals off. I can see Almanza from Canada, from Cuba, also a part of this semi-final. As I suggested, Gould is surged immediately to the front. Also in this one is Gill from Great Britain, youngster, tall, rangy, 800-meter runner. I like her talent. But Gould goes out front, coming into the first leg. Coming to end of the first leg. Let me see what time they go through. 1:57 for the first leg. 1:58.38 actually for the first leg. The pace quickens for the final lap. Up the back stretch they go. Natalia Gould still holding in front. The pack is tight and thick. The charge is on. Natalia Gould leading the pack up the back stretch. It's Gould at the 200-meter mark, still leading. Gill in striking distance. Gould still leads, coming around the curve. Into the home stretch they come. With Gould being bumped from inside. Natalia Gould being bumped. The Ethiopian surges to the front. Gould is in the inside lane. The pack is coming. Gould is being run out of this one. Whoa. Gould has been bumped and goes out of this one. Mara from Kenya actually wins with Meseli from Ethiopia in second. Hooper Kasper from Cuba and Gill in fourth place. The winning time is 1:57.56. Unfortunate for Natalia Gould. She was basically bumped from inside and that threw her race plan off. As it stands, she's out of the finals. I don't know if enough was done there for her to launch a protest. She was actually bumped from inside by Morley from Ethiopia.
Disappointing run there by Gould. Mora would have been among the favorites in this year.
Mora surges to the front.
In terms of race strategy, though, I was surprised at how early Gould
she went out front.
Went to the front. Mora, I think, was in similar form to Gould this season. I think she ran a more measured race. She pretty much used Gould's pace for the
personal
first
best
400 meters.
Personal best for Meseli, 1:58.06. Gould actually ran 1:59.14. Phoebe Gill ran a time of 1:58.47. She's on the bubble. She has a second time on the bubble. Very quick semi-final though, Raja. Most of the ladies.
I can't stress enough the disappointment in Gould. I think in terms of her race strategy, 1:59.14.
After running 150.
Way off the pecking order for the finals.
Yeah, man. After running a very, very, very fast time in the heats, somewhat disappointed that.
Overcompensated for the first 400 meters and didn't seem to have enough to hold off that late surge from the likes of Mora of Kenya and of course the Ethiopian Methsele.
100. 10 to 3.
Next on track will be semi-final 2 of the women's 800 meters. Quite notably, this one features Gemma Reekie of Great Britain. You would have heard myself and Pioneer stress how dominant the Britons have been at this event this season. She comes in with a personal best this year of 1:55.61. Looked good in qualifying. She will go against the likes of Duguma of Ethiopia, who is the next fastest in this semi-final with a personal best of 1:57.56. So a quick run through the start list for semi-final 2, the women's 800 meters. In lane 2, representing Germany, we see Kohlberg. In lane 3, it's Kiprotich of Kenya. In lane 4, representing Slovakia, Gajanova. In lane 5, representing Great Britain, is Gemma Reekie. In lane 6, representing the host nation of these Olympic Games, France, is Raniel Lamont. In lane 7, representing Ethiopia, is Tesege Duguma. In lane 8, representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sharif Kwa Maloney. And in lane 8, representing the USA, Juliet Whittaker.
Working from the TVJ feed right there. Gone on a break right now, so let me see if we can get them. I think they are going for a break for the lottery. Let me see if we can switch that up and get a different feed. Wow.
So 1:57 was the mark set in semi-final 1. So on screen now we see the high jump competition that's still taking place, the Australian.
What Jamaican women perform better than Qatar? Oh, I see there's a battle happening. I see there's a battle happening in the comment section here. I don't know if it's on your side right there with the problems.
Say again?
I was just getting a little feedback. I think it was a fan that was blowing close to me. So, all right. So, I'm going to go in the comment section here, Sir Raji, and see what is happening. I see there's a little battle happening. Eli W. I see you defending the US athlete, Eli W. So, what Jamaican one perform better than? No, I still get no feedback.
Yeah, I think it's your levels. You want to adjust your levels? Because my levels are down.
Yeah, let me see something.
How many? I'm seeing 4 screen. I'm seeing 4 persons in the room right now. How many do we have on stream? Chris Lynn still on?
Yeah, because I almost set up the stream. I have two streams with myself, but only one picture. And then there's yourself and there's Chris Lynch.
All right.
So
Chris Lynch with us?
Yeah, man. Chris, you in the stream still, Chris? Chris, you're still in the stream? All right. Chris, I think the distortion has been kind of still getting a little thing, but I don't know where it's coming from. Kind of occasional still, sporadic, but it's okay.
So the high jump competition seems to be heating up. Let's go across and see if we can get an update on the women's high jump competition. see where we are.
So the second semi-final, the 800 is on track. Rajay.
Let's give a quick run through again of the
Starting
entrance.
starters. Of note in this semi-final, Lamotte from France and Gemma Riki. Those are two notable faces. Gemma Riki comes into these Olympics as the world number 2.
World number 3.
Number 3. Okay.
Third. Right.
Okay.
2 would have been the Ethiopian Mora that we saw won in semi-final 1.
Kenyan Mora.
The Kenyan, right? Sorry,
yeah, Kenyan. Yeah.
Right. So
all right.
see Gemma Riki.
We also have a German, Colbert, running out of lane 2. The standard for the 800 meter has somewhat been maintained. Remember the days of people like Casta Semenya and Pamela Gilemo, who ran, those athletes ran 155, 154. Standard is a little bit lower now, but we're seeing people like Keely Hodgkinson getting it back to those standards right now, Raji. The Ethiopian surges to the front in this heat. Gemma Riki joins her, runs up alongside her. Good pace for this first heat, for the second heat. Let's see what time they will go through the first lap in. Gemma Riki side by side with the Ethiopian. Lamotte from France. Okay, 156.71. This is a really fast semi-final, Rajay. The pace of this one is blistering. 156.71 for the first lap. Let's see how the ladies come home. Pace quickening down the backstretch. It's still Riki side and side with the Ethiopian. Lamotte in third place. At the 200-meter mark, Gemma Riki makes a move. It's side by side with the Ethiopian. Riki running on the line of lane 1. That wise, running too much distance. Into the home stretch they come. The Ethiopian seem to have more running, or Riki battling her down the home stretch. The Ethiopian holding her form. Riki trying to maintain her position. Being run out of it here on the outside. We have the US athlete coming through. Riki being run out of this one completely. The winning time for this is 157.47 by Duguma from Ethiopia. The Vincentian athlete came through for second. Maloney from St. Vincent and the Grenadines came through for second. Wow. Impressive run by the Vincentian. Let me see the other places.
Big run there by the St. Vincent.
The Guma doing it almost from counter tape.
American who was a fast finisher.
Very, very unwise strategy by Gemma Riki. She for about 600 meters of this race, she ran on the outside of the Ethiopian, which means that she was actually running more distance than the Ethiopian. This Vincentian athlete, Mahone, bided her time, ran her way into second place. On the outside, the American was finishing fast, but whoa, photo finish for third place between Juliet Whitaker of America, who has been awarded it in 157.76 over Renele Lamotte, who has been given 4th place.
Of St. Vincent.
Gemma Riki, one of the favorites. Gemma Riki, one of the favorites for this event, Rajay. And how wrong I was about this, Rajay. I remember saying not so long ago that the British ladies could sweep. Now we have 2 of them being out of the finals completely.
I mean, it's not so much so about being wrong. I mean, going off form. They have been dominating.
Yeah,
the
they have good form coming into these championships.
They've been
And,
dominating all year coming into the championship.
Wow.
I guess they got out-strategized here in the semi-finals. Of course, the Goma of Ethiopia. She sat at 9th on the world ranking, 157, as you rightly said. Riki made the race somewhat more difficult than it needed to have been for her.
Yeah, but she was running on the outside lane on the outside of lane 1, in lane 2 for most of the races. And even around the boat, around all 3 bends, she was on the outside lane, which is equivalent to you running more distance. Bad strategy by her. Obviously, she didn't have a lot coming home, and was run out of it. I think she got 5th.
So all sights will be now set on Keely Hodgkinson for the British Open, for the British hopefuls, in this year, the final semi-final.
So the hopes will lie with Keely Hodgkinson, who will run out of the 3rd semi-final. She's the world number 1 this year.
World number 1, 154.61 this year. She'll be going against the likes of Nia Akins of America.
Yes.
She comes in at 5, ranking at 5th. 157.36 this year. The Cuban Almanza. Keep an eye out for not breaking the 158 barrier this year. She would have had a PB of 156.28.
That was run some time ago, though, Roger. Almanza has been on the circuit for a very long time. Very, very good athlete.
So the official time from Heat 1, Mary Mora, 157.86. She won. And second, we saw Worknish Mesele, 158.06.
Loving the banter. By the way, loving the banter in the comment section, gentlemen. Georgia Dan and Eli W having great banter in the comment section. I love it, loving it. I want to big up to people like Willie Scott. I want to say big up to Marlon Murray. Yeah, man, let's keep the comments going, people. I'm actually reading, even though I'm not commenting on what you're doing. I'm posting a couple of them, but I'm seeing the comments, loving the banter. We ask that you like and share the stream also. And if you're here and you're not subscribed, subscribe to the stream. And this I am sure Sports. I'm Pioneer. And online with me, as you can hear, the very, very knowledgeable and proficient Roger Murdoch. We also have Chris Lynch on the stream with us. Preacher will join us later on. We have Garvey, who is all the way in Mitchelltown, trying to sort out his internet connection. He's in Mitchelltown, waiting for the big celebrations, people. Big celebrations anticipated in Mitchelltown. Big screens have been set up. TV stations from local TV stations, international TV stations are camping out in Mitchelltown at this time, waiting and anticipating a big celebration when Kishian Thompson wins that 100 meter. Let's see what will happen.
Yes, and I must say, I saw some footage from Garvey this morning in and around the Veer area as he was traversing down to that area where Kishian Thompson comes from. And I am definitely waiting eagerly and with anticipation to see what the vibe and atmosphere is like there down in Manchester as we anticipate the much talked about 100 meter. And I mean, Pioneer, for me, as you know, I'm here based in the US as of late. But for yourself, talk us through what's the atmosphere like on the ground for this year, the Olympic Games. As you know, Jamaica, track nation, track and field is amongst our identity. Tell us, what's it like on the ground?
I must say, leading up into the Olympics, Roger, like it normally is, the anticipation was great. Persons were looking forward, but I think a little bit, and I saw somebody in the comment section earlier commenting that that the vibe is not what this Olympic vibes have. Is not feeling the same level of enthusiasm this Olympic season. I think a lot of that has been quenched by the absence of, the first withdrawal of Shericka Jackson from the 100 meter. I think that would have
like the SFPs and the
damp-
Shelley and Fraser
would have
prizes.
damp the spirit somewhat. I think Shelley and Fraser being withdrawn from the 100-meter semifinals yesterday further served to damp the energy a little bit. And yesterday, the anticipated medal in the women's 100, the lack of a medal, might have, shown some cold water on Jamaican expectations and celebrations. However, I can tell you this right here, if Kitchen Thompson or Oblique Civil were to lift this cycle today, or Jamaica were in some way find a way to get 2 medals in this 100-meter finals, the gold and another medal, I can tell you that the vibration in the country will be heightened and it will be amped up. We know that success is what Jamaicans are used to. Success, we have gotten spoiled into success with gold medals over the years from Bolt and Shelley and Ilian. So there's a great level of expectation. And if the gold medals aren't coming in and the wins aren't happening, especially in the sprints, then it serves to, kind of dampen the euphoria a bit. So whilst it's a little bit sedated right now, I can tell you, Roger, if we were to get this victory in the 100-meter for men,
you're waiting with bated breath for the carnival-like atmosphere.
That is what, and I anticipate after the 100 meters, going in the streets, feeling the vibe.
You will be carnival-like.
Definitely. So
I agree.
Waiting on some success. We are happy for the 2 medals we got yesterday in the field events. But as you know, Jamaica is sprint nation, Raji, and that is what lights the fire the Jamaican track and field fan. Success in the sprints. So that's what we're waiting on. On screen is the third semi-final of the women's 800 meter. We have Bourgogne of France.
Bourgogne of France. We see there the Australian Hollingsworth, the Kenyan Odira, representing South Africa, Sek Kodijo, representing Great Britain, Keely Hodgkinson, representing Switzerland, Rochelle Pollard, representing Cuba, Rosemary Almanza, and of course representing the USA, Maya Atkins, 2-time US champion.
And they're off, Rajay, and immediately Keely Hodgkinson surges to the front. Up the back stretch they go. And Hodgkinson hugging the inside lane, leading the charges around the bend. We have Pollard from Switzerland and Almanza running together in second place, which is Hodgkinson who takes them down the home stretch for the completion of the first lap. Let's see the time that they go through in this first lap has been running 57.47, decent time, not too fast like the first leg. Hodgkinson leads them up the back stretch for the final time. Looking great, Hodgkinson, looking strong, looking upright, making most of the running. Hodgkinson at the 200-meter mark, it's still Hodgkinson. Almanza is tucked in the third place. The Nigerian is in second. Hodgkinson changes gear around the curve, striding away, looking tall and impressive. Keely Hodgkinson coming into the home stretch. She has company in the Nigerian, but Keely Hodgkinson strides away down the home stretch comfortably. Keely Hodgkinson wins the semifinal in a time of 1:56.86. Impressive running, Rajay. She's gonna be hard to beat in the final.
Definitely, I agree.
Keely Hodgkinson. It's Nigeria. It's the South African Sekadisa who is second, and the American
Nia Aikens
gets third place. Let's see her time. Let's see if she's one of the automatic qualifiers.
Yeah, 1:56 for win. This looks to be the fastest of the three.
This is the fastest of the heats.
Brilliant run there by Keely.
Looking dominant. Looking dominant as ever.
Championships.
Yeah, man, we are in the favorite tags. We're in the favorite tag. If she runs this kind of race in the finals, Rajay, she's gonna be really, really hard to beat.
Definitely.
The women's high jump continues. Jenka, folks, we are about 50 minutes away from the big show. The men's 100 meters finals. All right, so let me see what's happening in the chat here.
So we've seen some elated scenes there on screen.
Let's look at that a little bit, Rachi. We're having some problems with the women's 4x1, so I'm going to kind of skip over that. Men's 4x1. Jamaican men. Two of our 4 men making it into the finals. Akeem Blake running sub 10, looking good. We know we have Brian Level, who will be contesting the 200 meters. However, these 3 gentlemen
have had a familiarity amongst each other in the relays.
Yeah.
Was that the point?
Yeah, but the other point though is that they're only running one event. So after the 100 meters is completed today, it gives them some amount of time. I think they have about 4 or 5 days to get some relay practice in. Should argue well. For them. Whilst I think the US will enter that as the favorites.
Definitely.
I think if we get with the additional time we have to get some practice in, I think if we get our strategy right, we could give them a run for their money.
I agree. I would agree with that, with those sentiments. The Jamaicans, as you rightly said, we've been blessed this year to produce, if not 2 of the 5 fastest runners on the circuit this year, in the likes of Thompson and Civil, Akeem Blake, just missing out on a spot in the finals here at the Olympic Games. But on paper, the US team looks to be deeper than us, the Jamaicans, of course, when you put into consideration the experience they have had amongst themselves with the likes of Fred Curley, Noah Lyles, Kenny Benderick is a useful addition there too. So in terms of depth, the Americans, I'd agree, on paper would be amongst the favorites, but too so the Canadians, of course, having the likes of Andre DeGrasse, Brendan Rodney, they still have the likes of Brown, the defender, right? And they would have won at the World Championship last year also. So the Canadians will be riding on that high coming into the relays. But all in all, I do think the Jamaicans can definitely put together a decent quartet, and we can definitely vie for a podium position. In terms of winning, you and I know that relay has a lot of nuances, a lot of dynamics, and it takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of chemistry. I'm not so convinced these young charges representing Jamaica have had enough time to do so coming into these Olympic Games. So I'm riding with the Canadians, and too so the Americans with the Jamaicans definitely grabbing the bronze medal.
All right, the next question I'm going to ask you, Rajay, what order would you look to run these 4 gentlemen in? We're talking about the top 4 from our charts.
The top 4. All right. Definitely Thompson and Anchor.
All right.
Level, given his 200-meter exploits, I would want to think he would be more comfortable running the curve. For start, I would have to think Akeem Blake, even though I think Civil is a faster starter, but because Civil is overall the faster between him and Blake, I would use him on the back straight. So my order would be Blake, Civil, Level, and of course Thompson and Anchor.
I like that lineup, Raji, and that's my lineup. And I said this. Lyles, I think Lyles is gonna be anchoring for the US. If Thompson gets that button anywhere within 5 meters of Lyles, fireworks.
I agree.
Fireworks. Welcome the man, the prodigal. On the line, Mannings man, welcome forward, Bridget.
Yeah, man.
All right, so remember, I hand over the controls to you now,
No, you're doing a good job, man. I'm here, Raji. I'm doing a good job. I've been listening to you guys and Chris Lynch and Garvey. You're doing a good job, man. You understand?
Yeah, thanks, Bridget.
But
you saw the semi-finals.
You got the breaking news with Gabby?
No.
It looked like she's out at the 200 meters.
Whoa. Gabby Thomas out at the 200 meters?
Yeah, that's the breaking news that that has been circulating in the last probably 5 minutes.
Wow.
Whoa. That's an automatic.
How did she look? Did she look injured?
Not based on what we saw her when we saw her the last time. The last time we saw her was in London. Was it London Diamond League when she ran that 200 meter? She
ran in London before coming to the Olympics.
Yeah, man, run fast. She actually ran down Dina Asha-Smith and Julian Alfred and passed them to win an impressive 21.8. So and she looked healthy. So
yeah, that is the news that is coming through. So let's see.
Well, also welcome my virgin Dave Gill, who is another track and field aficionado. Dave, good to have you, man. I'm sure
I come from funeral, but me just a tune in, you know.
All right, my virgin, good to have you.
My Civil semi-final, but I heard he ran a 9.8. 9.8 what?
9.81.
Looking comfortably.
Kishian ran 9.80 in his semi-final.
I saw Kishian's own.
Okay.
I saw Kishian's own. And Kishian has established what I've been saying all along. That he is way ahead of the rest of the guys. This is a 9.6. This is a 9.6 athlete. The rest of guys are 9.8 athletes. So only Kishian can beat himself.
All right, only gentlemen. So having said that now, Dave, I'll put you up on the spot. Give me a top 3.
Kishian
next in a bit.
Kishian goal. I'm going to give up the silver. Bronze tight. Curly Lyles. Kishian oblique and Lyles.
Mannings, you shall not escape the boss. You shall not come here and sit.
I don't think any American will medal in the men's 100 meters.
So will you get the bronze in that case? I would you tell me no, partner.
I'll give Civil the bronze. I'm going to put one of the Africans right in between Civil and
there are two Africans in the race, my brethren. Tobago and Simbini. Who do you put there?
All right, so I think like Tobago has a better chance of medaling than Simbini. I think like the commentator said that the whole his mother passed away in May. I think that is giving him an added motivation to do well. I feel like Civil, I think it's going to be a fast time, but for some reason I feel like he can go faster than Civil. If it is in the 10-8, Civil is going to be ahead of him. I think the lane that now again is going to affect him. Furley not going to do well.
Since you mentioned that, Mannings, I am not seeing the lane assignments. Could you give us the lane assignments, please, since you have them in front of you?
But he's going to be right in between. I'm going to go and get it, but he's going to be in between Civil and Thompson, right in the middle.
All right. Raji, I can pull up the lane assignments, Raji.
All right, just a sec. All right, so it looks to be in lane 2, Kenny Benderick, as we had pronounced.
That's how it's inside lane. Dangerous.
In lane 3, Fred Curley. In lane 4, Kishane Thompson, as expected, in 5, Simbini. In 6, Seville, as expected. In 7, Lyles. In 8, Tibogo. And in 9, the defending Olympic champion, Jacobs.
Oh, so it's done in 97.
The
Okay.
middle lanes will be contested between Thompson, Simbini, Seville, and Lyles.
All right.
So I feel like either Simbini, one of those Africans are going to split the two
Gentlemen, I think
Jamaican.
somebody's level is too high. Somebody's microphone is too high coming in. One of the controls.
Yeah, there's a
somebody at the
feedback.
controls. So either Pioneer or Manning's man. One of
I know you. So you may mute my mic and see if it continues. But
let's try that because I've been trying doing that too.
Yes. Yeah, man. Yeah. So maybe if you're not, yeah. So maybe we're not going to be talking, then I can mute. But I'm good now. So that is how I have it, Pioneer. I feel like if it's down in the 7s, like if Thompson Kishane goes to 10-6, he's going to pull someone with him, and I feel like that's one of the Africans, and then Seville.
9-6. I'm sure you're saying not 10-6, 9-6.
Yeah, right. 9-6. Sorry. So if he goes 9-6, I see like Tibogo going like 9-7, and then Seville like probably high 9-7s, close to 8. That's how I see. But I don't think any of the Americans are going to medal. I think it's going to be very difficult based on just the races that I've seen. I think even Simbini looks more to medal than the 3 Americans. One just made it as one of the fastest losers. Mm-hmm. And I know people are going to say, but what about Noah? I think something is wrong with Noah. I feel like he's affected either mentally by something or the pressure is getting to him. He just doesn't look. By this time, he'd have torn up one of his shirts already.
Yes, I agree. But again, I think Noah Lyles is somewhat improved. He's experienced. That's the word I'm trying to get out. Experience. I think he's so far had an experienced campaign. Not necessarily dominant, but if you were to look at the times, he's not so far behind on the pecking order. And to think the 9-7 that Kishane dropped this year would have been a mammoth type of time. Noah Lyles running 9.81 PB, coming in the championship, running consistently 9.8 seconds, not seemingly to overexert. I think in terms of his race, there's some adjustments to be made in terms of the first half of his race. I don't like the way he looks to be coming out of the blocks. The next question to be asked is 1 hour between the semi-final and the final enough time for him to make the adjustments in terms of the first half of the race? But I don't think the concern should be that of injury with regards to Noah Lyles. I think he has been consistently running 9.8. One of the things to think about also is the fact that he is a 200-meter runner. So that means he's more stronger. So if you were to factor in terms of recovery time between him, Thompson, Seville, we would want to agree that Lyles would have been with more of an advantage because of his added 200-meter strength. Now, with all things considered, he's one of those guys, as we say, he's of championship caliber. He would have known. He would have been at this stage last year at the World Championship, still running in fine form. You can't count him out. However, Fred Curley, I think, is one of the guys to keep a close eye on, running himself into shape at the championships. 9.83, I believe, in the semifinals. If not Curley, then Lyles. But I'm still thinking the Americans will definitely make or take a spot on the podium.
All right, so here's what I think. I think of all the races, the reaction time for Kishane was not the best in this semi-final. So I like he's a class because he didn't have the best start. If you compare this start to what he did in the first round, this start was off, and it still looked easy for him. With Seville got out so well that he kind of was looking across.
He got the job in the first 40.
There you go. So I don't see Noah defeating him or defeating Kishane. I don't see any of the Americans beating the 2 Jamaicans. So the battle is going to be with Simbini, Tobago, and the Americans.
That's a good point.
That's for the bronze, I believe. right? The challenge I have is that I'm wondering if, because maybe I can't use Civil because Civil has not been under any pressure. Like, it's just like Blake. I think Blake has to develop the mental fortitude to deal with the pressure moments. I realize that whenever he comes under pressure in major events, I think he got a bronze in the World Championship. But I feel like he doesn't deal with pressure well. And I would love to see how Civil, that's the reason why I don't trust him for the silver, because I'm not sure how he will deal with the pressure. If he does, it's 1-2 for Jamaica, but I don't think I don't pick any of the Americans to get the bronze, because I think the two Africans stand a very, very good chance. I think if that British guy as well, what's his name?
Hi, just a second. Let's look back.
Yeah, he's not even in it. He didn't. You muted Pioneer. He didn't even make it.
Right, he did right.
There's no British on the final.
Right.
And by the way, the feedback is not on my end, because I was hearing it while my phone was mute.
I'm noticing that too.
So all right. So, gentlemen, I hear the consensus now is that somehow you both have Simbini getting a medal.
No, that's for me. I don't think Reggie agree with that. I think that's
I don't have Simbini among the podium finishers.
I have batted for Simbini a lot of times. As Chris reminded us earlier in the stream, Simbini was one of the runners that I thought would have gotten a global medal long time ago. He has flattered the deceive. This is not the first rodeo that we are going down with Simbini, where he was impressive in the semi-final and not turn up in the final.
There's a comment here from CC Sports Lab. You want to put it up? Let's look at it. The Ed Civil as over Kishen is running form.
Virtual by Noah's. Ever since Civil run with that's not the one, or this one. Okay.
Right.
All right. So Fred Curley, I see Fred Curley getting a medal. Fred Curley impressed me in the semifinals. He ran in the same heat as Kishen. He bided his time. He ran himself into a qualifying spot and was comfortable. Looked across at Kishen, saw that he was ahead of him, shut it down a little bit, looked really comfortable getting that second qualifying spot in that heat. I know you say don't see any of the Americans. I see of the Americans, I think Fred Curley looked best. All right, and gentlemen, all right, for those on the stream and for everybody, because this is the 100-meter finals at the Olympics. There are 8 men that are going to be lined up. There are 8 quality athletes. Execution is the name of the game. Execution is the name of the game. So our predications are if the athletes execute as how we think they are supposed to, and how we have seen them and how we know they can. If Kishen Thompson executes his race, he wins this race. All right? I think Fred Curley will win the silver. That's in my estimation. And I think if and this is a big if Oblique Civil, when the pressure comes on him, by the way, which lane is Civil in and which lane is Curley? Please help me out, Ajay.
Just a second.
Which lane Civil in and which lane?
Lined up in 3. Just let me look over it for confirmation.
So Curley and the inside, and which lane Civil in?
So Curley will be in 3. And Civil will be in 6.
So they will have 2 people in between.
Right. So Thompson lies in 4 and Simbini in 5.
All right. So I think Civil expect Kishen for gone, but when the pressure comes from the other athletes.
And to that I disagree. I think Civil of the two.
If he keeps his form managed and executes well, he gets on the podium. But Civil has in the 2 races that he have run 4th in. When the pressure comes, his form goes and he kind of ties up and not look himself. And I think that is why he got 4th in 2 separate occasions. If that happens again, he'll get 4th, and somebody like a Noah or a Tibuga will run into the bronze medal spot. So I have Kishen from Fred Curley from Civil, if Civil executes well. See? Simbini, I will not put another pot on fire for Simbini. Trust me, I won't do that. If he gets a medal now, then boy, I have more power to him and him surprise me and I lift my hats to him. But I have Thompson but I like a footnote, those 2 gentlemen and people, this is not me hedging a bet either. I'm just saying, this is the 100-meter final at the Olympics. Those two gentlemen on the outside, the Olympic champion and Kenny Benerick, running their own race in them lane there can be dangerous. But for me, I am picking, and if I had my money to bet today, I would be betting on O'Shane to win, Kishane to win, Fred Curley to get the silver, and Oblique Civil to get the bronze. But Civil needs to execute.
Now, I was just saying, it sounds as though you're predicting a blanket finish for second. It's between Benerick, Curley, Kishay,
I think the second. I think the split that if Kishane executes him out front, and the rest of the pack will be closely bunched. Maybe running between 9, 7, 8, and 9. And somebody could say we have 4 people in the 5 people in the bunch, or 6. Between 9, 7, 8, and 9, 8, 8. That sound bunch enough, RJ?
Yeah.
9, 7, 8.
I want to agree. Like I said at the start of the coverage, I was predicting a 9-7 final. And again, to agree with some of the points you were making, I'm still thinking if the conditions remain equal, all things remain fair, Kishane, based on what we're seeing now, he should be with an advantage based on the 9-7 form. He is coming to the championship win. So it's Seville, for me, that has had an eye-catching performance in that semi-finals, and quite notably it was that first half of his race. Now, when you factor that with the fact that he will be running from the lane, the middle lane, lane number 6, just to his outside, and Noah Lyles, I think Noah Lyles will be somewhat flustered by the fast-starting Seville. Now, Curley is also one of those names based on the performance we've seen in the semi-finals as a factor for a podium finisher. However, I think the finals will have a lot to do with that first half of the race. Who gets up out of that block first? Who gets into their running first? And I'm thinking Kishane Thompson, it will be between Kishane and Seville to get up first. But in terms of getting into the running and getting that commanding edge, I think Thompson with the foot speed will be at an advantage, with a trailblazing Seville finishing fast behind him for second. Curley, for me, is a bronze medalist. That's my prediction.
All right.
Here's my thought, but I believe that of all of these athletes who are in medal contention, the two that I think have the better starts are Seville and Kishane. And I believe that Seville is better in the first part of the race. So therefore, it will be Kishane trying
not
to catch
count out Simbini. Not
Simbini as well.
Simbini starts.
Right. So I believe that Kishane cannot be catched. Once he's ahead, when he gets into that drive phase, you're not going to catch him. I believe that Seville can be caught. So he must be like further ahead than Kishane is, because I think he can be caught. And I don't think he can chase down to catch any of the faster persons ahead of him. So I think for him, at the start of that race, like the first probably 30, he has to have a good lead that when the guys at the 200 meters strength come at him, he's still able to keep his form and hold on. That's how he gets his silver medal. Outside of that, he's going to have to settle for a bronze. We're probably 3 of them blanket finish for the bronze medal, and probably do the same time, and he gets it based on probably some part of the body going ahead of somebody else. That's
so, gentlemen,
decided.
No, I've notes, I've notes right here right now, and let me say I've notes. None of us here. I must put up your comment, Purple Beast. None of us here have Noah Lyles on the podium at this time. I've heard no mention of Noah Lyles here.
No, based on form and what we're seeing at the championships.
Here you go. But as I said, I'm stick my neck out and who me I choose. But let me just remind you, gentlemen, that this is the Olympic final, and execution is the name of the game. The winner will be those. We know who the fastest people are, but the winners will be those who execute their race plans and who executes best will walk out with the medal.
And this would be,
Gentlemen,
let me just say this would be Stephen Francis' only shot at a medal in the sprints.
Yes.
And I mean, would it be strange if he ends the Olympics without
for both athletes, for both top coaches too, for both Glenn and Stephen.
Yeah, this is your only opportunity for a
sprint medal.
A sprint medal. In fact, like a gold medal, because is there any other place where you have individual gold medal from any of these camps? Because Tajay is out of the long jump.
Yeah.
Triple jump.
Right, we wouldn't have had Watson this year.
Tia is out.
Yeah,
no
I mean,
Watson.
If you go to the hurdles, the sprint hurdles, maybe Broadbell.
No, Broadbell is an elite athlete.
There you go. So none of the top coaches are really, unless it is you're talking about medal. But I don't know if you guys spoke about this earlier. I wasn't on the stream, but I just want to, Sherika pulling out at the 200 meters. Suspect she didn't recover enough. And what I want to ask is, so she didn't run at the 100, the 200. Would you put her in the finals of the 4x1 if we get there? Or you just run a young team, give them the experience, even if we don't medal, because this is going to be part of the team going forward. And just don't run Shelly or Sharika, or listen, maybe they didn't do this because they want to be gung-ho about getting a gold medal for Jamaica in the 4x1. Bring the youngsters in and then probably add them in the finals. What are your thoughts on the relay? Does this give them time to prepare, or do we still not have any interest in even preparing for relays?
I said this morning. We don't run people in the Olympics to give them experience. That is just my thing. You run people in other meets, in development meets, Diamond League, etc., to give them experience. You run your fastest people. If they are fit and they can go, they're running the relays. If Shelly or Sharika is fit and the doctors in collaboration with the coaches, in collaboration with the team management, will have to decide if they are fit. But if they are fit and can go, Mannings, then we run them. But we don't say we're running people in the Olympic finals or in the Olympics to get experience. We go to the Olympics to get medals. And the athletes that give you the best chance of medaling is the athletes that you run.
I agree.
See, so you're satisfied with your fitness, you're satisfied that they're fit, and you run them. If they are not fit, you run who is available. You run the best people who are available. And you try and get a medal. That's it. They don't run people, if for example, like a Tia Clayton, who is young, she merited her place. So we are okay with her accepting that she ran in the 100 finals. She didn't do well. That will give her experience, but she earned her place. But we don't. If we have fast people who can help us to medal, we don't say put them aside and run people for experience. I can't agree with that. What you say about that, Roger?
Unmute and go.
You're muted. Roger, you're muted, Roger. You're muted.
Yeah,
you're muted.
So when he comes on, you just mute, so we don't have any feedback.
All right, no problem. All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
Oh yes, to that point, I definitely agree. The Olympic Games is not one for granting junior athletes more so experience. It's about the availability of the best athletes that we have to represent. Now, though it's a peculiar situation we're faced with two of our top guns, Sharika and Shellyan, I still think that the decision is up to the athletes and their camp to make. If the athletes first and foremost are comfortable with running in the relays, I think the decision starts with them first. So if Shelly and Sharika think that they may have been injured and not been able to execute at their best or at their finest of at the time for the individual event, if now they're feeling as though, well, listen, I can give you a one race for the 4x1, as a Jamaican, I would accept that from them. It wouldn't be a case of they're sabotaging the youngsters or, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's the point.
Mannings, I've noted to Mannings, with that scenario, the 100 meter is done. All of those ladies, Shelly, Sharika, Tia Clayton, Kemba Nelson, Alana Reid, what's her name? Forbes, Sasha Lee Forbes. All of them are now in Paris. They really is starting in about 4 days. There's a whole lot of time to practice. So if they are fit and can practice, and in practicing they will have to exert some amount of sprinting. So we will the coaches and the team management will have an opportunity to see if they are indeed fit. And if they are fit, then we run them. We run them if they are fit. They are the fastest we have. And what we are trying to do is come home with medals. So we run a team, a precautionary team that can qualify us. You understand? We run a team that can qualify us, precautionary. And then we go for the big guns in the finals and lay it all out on the line and make the chips fall where they may. We're trying to get a medal, whether it's a gold, silver, or bronze. That is what it's all about. Getting medals at the Olympics. That's why the team is in Paris.
All right. So Roger, I muted you because Pioneer, yeah. So what I said, because I asked that just because I think medaling is important, and once they can run, I do agree that they should be a part of it. And then, right, so I just wanted to ask that. The other thing I want to ask, I know some of these things you probably would have discussed, is just to, like, and you raised this point, Pioneer, like, we go into these Olympics, right? The possibility or the probability of our 400-meter athletes really medaling was very far-fetched given some of the international standards and time. We had the opportunity of trying to get some of them in like a mixed relays, right? Because the 4x4 team did not qualify, which I think our top 400 athletes should have participated in the 4x4 because we were more likely to medal in the 4x4 than in the flat 4 and in the mixed relays. Now, here it is that like the guys, they didn't go through. Only one athlete went through. I think it is Powell out of the national champion did not go through. And I'm saying that maybe they could have done better legs, or at least one of them could have done a better leg on the mixed relay team.
First leg. If Sean, put it this way, man, if Sean Bailey runs the first leg at the mixed relay yesterday, we are in medal contention. If you look how that relay played out, one there was an ugly pass for the last leg between Stefan. Stefan actually ran us into what, 6th place?
5th.
5th or 6th, whatever we got. But the first leg, he was handed over the baton in 7th place. He was at the back of the field. So had we had a Sean Bailey to run a better leg to give us hand over the baton in 4th or 3rd, somewhere there, and Sean Bailey is in 44 form as he showed today. If we had gotten a runner, ironically, the man who ran 45 is the man who made it to the finals. But we have 2 gentlemen who are running in 44 form. Well, mind your man, they might have a chance to run in the repechage round. So they might just advance. But I'm saying, if we run a Sean Bailey, and this is my opinion, people, if we had run a Sean Bailey in the mixed relays final yesterday, we would have been in medal contention. And I can't understand people. We saw Femke Ball, who is a medal prospect, is a gold medal prospect for the 400 hurdles. Ran the finals at the mixed relays yesterday and came back this morning. As a matter of fact, she ran it in the afternoon Jamaica time and come back in the night Jamaica time, come run her heat of the 400 hurdles. And I can't understand why our athletes feel like they are so big that they are above, or the mixed relay is somehow beneath them to run. I don't know why.
Roger, what say you?
I agree with Pioneer sentiments here about the mixed relays. I think an adjustment should have been made from the opening rounds. I definitely think Akeem Blake should have been included in that opening leg, as Pioneer stressed a while ago. But like he said in concluding, there is not so much respect being shown by our Jamaican delegates with regards to the mixed relays. I guess it's because it's new on the circuit, so it hasn't grown to prominence. But with that being said, I think even with the blunders we've experienced with our 4x4s at this year's Olympics, from the delegation, the athletes, everybody in question, I think they will be looking to make adjustments going forward, because it's easily an embarrassment to note that there's not a Jamaican team in the 4x4, and to even note that even in the mixed relays we looked so far off on the podium finishes and on the back end of having a world champion over the 400 meters, so it doesn't sit well with the diaspora, with us avid track and field fans, with us Jamaican loving fans, so hopefully the delegation make the adjustments and can have a renewed focus in how we approach the relays, most specifically the 4x4s and the mixed relays.
All right, good point. Listen, I remember Jamaica had an athlete that moved from the 400 meters. Danny McFarlane was his name, to the 400 hurdles.
Right.
And I think he went and he got a medal at one of the global championships in the hurdles.
2004 Olympics.
In the Olympics. All right. So here's my thing. I come to Natalia Gould. Final thing I want to ask in terms of what has passed, right? I think Commonwealth, she has done well. I think where the 800 meters is at right now, at her age, I feel like she's not going to break into that top tier at the major global championship, because it is so competitive, because the American is not there. One of the top Americans is not there. She didn't qualify. All right. And
talking about
yeah. All right. So should she reconsider the event that she's doing? I don't know how you feel about that. Or should we look at that Natalia Gould and say, listen, we're going to begin to prepare a mixed relay team, and we want you to be a part of it. All right. And here are some of the times, and make her and allow her to work to a certain, work on a certain time for her 400-meter leg. And so when we go to World Championship, she know that she's going to run in the mixed relays, along with a couple of other persons. Should we begin to look at that and begin to look at these athletes and say, maybe, I know you want an individual medal, and be honest with them and say, listen, based on where the competition is in your individual event, would you consider looking at this option, looking at stepping away from the 400, probably try, I don't know if maybe the 400 would be a better option for her.
I'll take this one.
Go ahead.
I can take this. All right. But disagree that the standard is above Gouli, right? Gouli is still ranked. Gouli came into the Olympics ranked one. Number 6 or number 5, Rajay, unmute Rajay. Gouli came into the Olympics ranked
at 6 this year.
6 in the world. She ran 156 mornings, which is by at any period in the history of the women's 800 meter is seen as a very competitive and very good time. What Gould's problem is, and then I have remember doing up mornings. She's a sponsored athlete. She gets her monies based on 1, running on the Diamond League in her pet event, and 2, running on the Diamond League and at majors, making finals and being paid by her sponsors. So we cannot tell an athlete that you cannot run your individual event. Nobody is saying that to an athlete, that you don't run your individual specific event. Especially someone of the ilk of Natalia Gould. She just ran a bad semi-final and still ran 159, something. That's a very, that's a good time. Why not a great time? It's a decent time in a 800 meter. So even on her bad day, she's still running decent times over 800 meters. So we can't just relegate her to saying, listen, you're going to run mixed relays, because that's not going to put money in her pocket from her sponsor.
Fine. All I'm saying is that, listen, you can do it, but we want you to also focus on running a 400-meter leg, which means...
But I don't think she's that great, because this is what you're asking us. This is what you're asking now, Manny. Listen to Pauline, what you ask. We are not asking that of the 400-meter specialist who will give us, because I don't think Gould is such a great 400-meter runner. Yeah, right. I'm saying we have quality 400-meter runners. We just saw 2 Jamaican men run sub 45, one run 44 mid and one run 44 high, and not make the second round. These gentlemen, if they had run one leg of our mixed relay team, or if we had used both of these gentlemen to run the 2 male legs on our mixed relay team, and to win the medals. So we're not asking anybody to relegate themselves to just run mixed relays. We are saying, similar to a Femke Ball, similar to other top athletes who put themselves up, just like Janelle Bramfield did morning, she's still gonna be running the the flat 4. But she put herself up for 2 legs after the 4x4 mixed relays. Why can't some of these athletes, these male athletes, these 400-meter runners, put themselves up for 1 leg at the mixed relays? When you get a chance, a lot of these gentlemen are gonna finish their careers without medals, especially like I know we have the 4x4 team, the thing. When you could run a leg at the 4x4 mixed relays and get them to come home with a medal, mind you, it doesn't do a lot for you in terms of your sponsorship. Yes, it does a little, but it doesn't do as much for you as if you were to make the semi-finals, your flat event, or the finals. But it still ticks a box where you could say Olympic silver medalists or Olympic gold medalists or Olympic bronze medalists. I can't see the thing, and we are saying, don't sacrifice 2 legs. Sean Bailey run 1, and what the other gentleman name? What name? We run out in the first heat. You run 1. Watkins run 1. Sean Bailey run 1. One I want to run the heats, one I want to run the finals. That is so hard. Instead of asking a Natalia Gould, who is not as good, or Stacey Williams. Stacey Williams run a leg at the mixed relays. Natalia Gould will never be as good a 400-meter runner as any other Jamaican female who run the 400 meter.
But I mean, Pioneer, Kimar Farquharson, he was left off the Jamaica squad to the Olympic Games, and just this year he ran some stellar 4x4 legs. So, I mean, though we are arguing for some of the athletes that are there that could have represented from a delegation standpoint, I think more could have been done with securing a stronger team for the 4x4, and this is all up to JOA and naming other athletes, because I mean, not including Kimar Farquharson, it's just mind-boggling to me.
I wanted to get Dave's take on this, but him seems to have jumped off of the stream. Jenko folks, we are 9 minutes away from the big show. We are 9 minutes away from the big show. On stage is the hammer throw happening for men. We have the hammer throw for men happening. In the high jump.
Well, Pioneer, Roger, we haven't heard the medal count. Have you made any adjustment, Pioneer? Have you made any adjustment?
After tonight, after the 100 meters, me tell you, my revised medal.
Oh, revised, okay.
Yeah, like I said to Pioneer at the start of the coverage, I think we're still pretty much on par for that 11 medal mark. Even without Shelly and without Sharika, I still think having won 2 medals in the field yesterday would have compensated somewhat for the medals that we lacked or lost on the track. So I still think we're still on the cards for that 11 medal count, which I predicted at the start of the championship. Hoping all things go well in the 100-meter finals. Hopefully at the end of today, we can improve our medal tally to a possible 4 medal count at the end of day 4.
Yeah. I just want to encourage the people. I know Pioneer not going to remember to tell you now, but please hit the like button.
I have been saying it, and I was just about to say it. I was looking over and said we have 363 people on the stream, people. As you come on, we ask of you, please, people, like the stream.
We don't have 200 likes at Pioneer. We just have 150.
If you are here, people, and you are here for the first time, you like our discussion, you like the discourse, you like the analysis that you're getting here, you like the coverage that you're getting here, we ask of you, subscribe to the channel. We're going to be here for the entire Olympic Games, covering most of the track events. And, and we welcome your interaction in the comment section. Feel free to comment. Big up everybody in the comment section. Some of the regulars, some of the new persons. Stefan Wright, big up yourself, my brethren. Good to see you. People like Chris Wayne, who we used to have been. Travis Pessoa. Welcome to the regulars and to the newbies. But we ask of you, like the stream, people. And for those who are first timers, subscribe. Help us to grow the platform. Saying that we are, when it comes to sports, we are one of the most credible, and efficient and reliable Jamaican sporting YouTube channels. All right. We are approaching the big show, people. My clock is saying that we are 7 minutes away. 7 minutes and counting. I know Jamaican hearts are pounding with excitement. We were talking about the vibe of the Olympic earlier. I don't think you were here, man. Raji and I was talking about the vibe of the Olympics in terms of
the atmosphere on the ground.
The atmosphere in Jamaica. And I was telling Raji that the vibe is a little lukewarm right now because we we by now would have been used to having success in the women's sprint, and that would have generated some amount of energy.
You
All
know
right,
what
so
happened? I think if Shelly, like, I think people are disappointed for Shelly, not because of Shelly. Like I think all of us wanted her to bow out at the Olympics, like in a race, and not the way that it happened.
yeah,
And then
yeah,
because
that's
there's all this heap of suspicion about like what really happened.
Right.
You know, was it the locking out at the gate that really led to this? I think that is what is happening with Jamaica. I kind of feel like some people are kind of at the place where Sharika may not run, but I think for Shelly, I think everybody in Jamaica want, even if she came eighth, Jamaica would have still celebrated her because it felt like there would have still been a standing ovation in the stadium for her because this is her last Olympic.
I
And I
agree.
mean, she's like
wanted her to go out on her own terms, man. I've been saying that from she qualified for our trials, I've been saying I want this lady to be able to go out on her own, you know, go out in style, going out on her own. Whatever it was, whether she was going to crash out in the semifinals, whether she was going to medal or not medal in the finals, I want to see Shelly and Fraser for the final time in her 5th Olympic Games go out on her own terms. I think that's one of the big disappointments.
I think even yesterday in one of them chat groups, I was drawing a parallel to Usain Bolt's 2017 career when things came to an end, albeit him pulling up in the 4x1s. I think we were all satisfied with the bronze medal finish he had in the individual 100 meters. So, yes, I share the same sentiments with regards to Shelly. Not so much so that she did not bow out on her own terms, like you were trying to make the point of. I agree.
Yeah. And I think so that is what I think has affected the mood the most. And like I said, we're not sure what really happened. We're really not sure what really.
Some uncertainty as to what really happened. Was it really an injury? Was it as
really
a result of the security blunder?
Yeah. And you feel like, you know, deep down, like I feel like this cannot be how we treat one of the global icons for track and field on the female side. Like when you think about just her off the track even life, that she came back from having a child, you know, Alison Felix and Shelly and Fraser, like they are held in a different, you know, in a different class than some of the other athletes because of their accomplishment. And so for that reason, I think it left a somber feel and mood in the hearts and minds of many Jamaicans. But I think this 100-meter, 2 medals in it could really turn things around. I must say, though, I'm disappointed that Jamaica are not celebrating. I feel like we should be celebrating Williams way more. When I listened to his story that he was about to give up in May because he had no support. And I think track and field has to do better. He was about to step away from the sport in May. He said he was encouraged by his brother and his coach just to continue, and they started supporting him. And
gentlemen,
all right.
Gentlemen, hold on. I don't know if you're looking at the screen. There is a light show on in the stadium right now, and I'm thinking this is in anticipation of the 100-meter finals. It's a beautiful light show. This entire stadium has gone dark, and there's this amazing light show.
All right, Pioneer is over to you. You know that. You can see it from where you are, because I can't see it. I have to move to see it, you know.
Yeah, man, you can go watch it, man. Just mute the camera and go watch it. But the lights have actually come up. We have been seeing this over the time in World Track and Field. They did it at the World Championships a couple of times, but I think this is the best one I've seen so far. They are introducing the men for the 100 meters, and for those who aren't watching, we're just trying to give you a visual, a verbal. We want to describe it for you so you can visualize it, all right? The men are coming out for being introduced. Kenny Benerick is the first man out. Qualified, he's running from lane 2. He qualified for the final with a time of 9.93, and he represents the United States of America. The second man out is our own Oblique Civil. He qualified for the final with a personal best time of 9.81, and he's going to be running from lane 6. The third person out is the man from South Africa, Akini Simpini. He's running from lane 5, and he qualified with a time of 9.87. Our other African brother is out also. Let's see Tipogo. He runs from lane 8. He made it here with a time of 9.91. And he runs from lane 8, as I said before. The next man out is the Jamaican, the favorite, running out of lane 4. Kishe Thompson, he roars, he screams, he'll be running out of lane 4. He's the fastest qualifier with a time of 9.80. He claps his hands and said, let's go. The show is on. Next up, we have the man, former world champion, who qualified with a season best of 9.84. The man, Fred Curly, and he'll be running out of lane 7, people. And the man we know as the hype star, now alive. He jumps, he screams, he amps up the crowd. He's here for the show. He qualified at a time of 9.83. He runs to his blocks, people. The show is here. The big show, the one that the entire Jamaica and the world has been waiting for. And for the final man out is the Olympic champion. He represents Azuris, the Olympic champion who qualified at a time of 9.92. Interestingly, people, everybody in this heat has qualified, everybody in this final has qualified with a time better than 9.95. It's a big show, people. It's the 100-meter finals of the Olympic Games. We have 3 from America. We have 2 from Jamaica. We have 1 from South Africa, 1 Botswana, and we have the defending champion from Italy. It's the big show, people. It's the one that we have all been waiting for. 618 people in the stream. We ask you to like the stream. If you're here for the first time, please subscribe to the channel. I'll be giving you a verbal description of the race as it unfolds.
So
no one else in the block.
Coming in from Gavi.
It's hyping. It's hype. It's a hype. The Americans, Fred Curly and Kenny Benerick, are focused. One runs out of lane 3, the other runs out of lane 2. So it's Benerick in 2, Curly in 3, Thompson in 4, Simbini in 5, Civil in 6. In lane 7, we got Noah Lyles. In lane 8, we got Leslie Tipogo. And in lane 8, we've got the defending champion, Lamont Marcel Jacobs. That's the lineup for the men's 100-meter final at the 2024 Paris Olympics. The gentlemen are standing behind their blocks.
Excitement, a lot of emotions.
The excitement is heightened. The excitement is heightened, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment we've all waited for.
The moment we have all been waiting for. The moment of reckoning. The moment of reckoning is here, people. It's not time for talk. It's time to. Here is where we say, put up or shut up. Let's see who are the real chatters and who are the real shatters right here. All right, in a real Jamaican fashion, we could see who are chatty and who are shatty. The gentlemen are standing behind their blocks. Nervous energy seems to flow right shore. Benerick, Curly, Thompson, Simbini, Civil, Lyles, Tipogo, Jacobs. It's the big one, gentlemen. It's a big one, ladies. It's the big one, Jamaica and the world. It's the one everybody has been waiting for in this Olympics. It's the men's 100-meter final. 2 Jamaicans. Comes in with the fastest times. Kishian Thompson 9.80. Oblique Civil comes in with a time, a PB of 9.81. This is the Olympic finals. I don't like this holding of the gentlemen in the blocks. The anticipation builds up too much nervous energy. Let's get the show on the road. We are 3 minutes past the scheduled time for the start. What is holding up the show? Let's get the show on the road, people. No more nervousness. We don't want to build any more tension than is necessary right now. Let's get the show on the road. The gentlemen have been standing behind their blocks for about 2 minutes. Let's get the show on the road. Let's get the show on the road.
So a lot left to be answered.
This is the one we have been waiting for all Olympics. They have been called to their blocks.
Will the youngsters?
The runners have been called to their blocks. They are standing in front of their blocks as we speak. They are in their blocks. All last-minute rituals are being observed right now. The runners are into their blocks.
Who will take the 2024 Olympic crown? Will it be the man from Manchester in Jamaica, Kishane Thompson?
That's Clarendon. That's actually Clarendon. They're on their marks. They're on their marks. They're on their marks. They're on their marks. Sit. They're off. Great start for Fred Curley. It's Kishane Thompson out front. Kishane Thompson. Kishane Thompson. Kishane Thompson. And it's Noah Lyles that takes it in a time of 9.78. Noah Lyles seems to have taken it in a time of 9.78. Noah Lyles seems to have come through the pack. Kishane Thompson lost his form early. Noah Lyles seems to have been the one that takes that. Everything there short things. I think that Noah Lyles took that one. No. It's a blanket finish, ladies and gentlemen, but I think Lyles came through and took it. I think the winning time is 9.78, and I think Lyles got it. Lyles seems to have gotten it. Wow! Noah Lyles came through and took that in a time of 9.78. Noah Lyles is the Olympic champion. Wow! Kishane Thompson seems to have got the silver medal. Noah Lyles, Fred Curley seemed to have gotten into the medals. Noah Lyles in a personal best time of 9.78 over Kishane Thompson, 9.79. Fred Curley got the bronze medal in 9.81. Akeem Simpini in a national record. By the way, both gentlemen have been given the same time. Both Lyles and Thompson have been given 9.79. Oblique Seville finished at the back of the field in a time of 9.91. So it's Lyles from Thompson, from Curley, from Akeem Simpini. Wow. All I can say is wow.
Big
wow.
Here for the American Lyles.
Wow.
Was ruled out.
Noah Lyles.
Finals.
Noah Lyles in a personal best time of 9.79. We have to give it up to the man. He talked the talk, people, and he came out here and he walked the walk. Noah Lyles is Olympic champion in a time of 9.79. Kishane Thompson, I think, lost his form at the 60-meter mark. He came under pressure from Fred Curley. You could see him tying up at the 60-meter mark, people. I think that was where he lost the race. Fred Curley pulled up to on him, and he lost his form and allowed Noah Lyles to come through the field and take this one from him. Both gentlemen have been credited with a time of 9.79. Let's look at the replay. Kishane Thompson got out. He didn't get the best of start. Lyles was coming through the pack. Civil, as I suggested, people, when he comes under pressure, he ties up. Kishane was leading with a few strides to go, but Lyles came through at the tape and pulled it off at the end. Curley was still with Kishane. Kishane surged in front, but Lyles came through the pack like the true champion he is and stole it on the line, people. We have to give it up to Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles is the 100-meter Olympic champion. Jamaican hearts have been broken. Noah Lyles is a true champion. He talked the talk and he has walked the walk, people. Disappointed as we are, let's give it up for the man. Give it up to the man. He came here. He came into the finals. He ran a personal best of 9.79 like I thought he would. I knew that that was about his ceiling. He came here. He ran his best race. He came here. He amped himself up before the finals, and he got himself in the physical mind, in the mental mindset that allowed him to run his best race on the big day, 9.79. Give it up. Noah Lyles, the Olympic champion. Congratulations to Kishane Thompson. First time Olympic finalist, Olympic silver medalist, 9.79. Somewhat of a disappointing time based on our expectations of him. But what can we say? We give it up. As I suggested, people, This is the big show. Mental fortitude. Mental fortitude is the name of the game. I don't trust Sybil when the going gets tough. Sybil, when Lyle came upon him, Sybil was in the race. When Lyle came upon him, his form went completely. He started digging. Kishian was in the race, leading. Lyle came through at the line, and I think
beautiful scene coming in from Paris here as we see Noah Lyles here celebrating with his family, and quite notably we see General Bromfield there too with his mom.
A blanket finish at the line, as I suggested, gentlemen. A blanket finish at the line, and
a blanket finish.
Noah Lyles is showing that he's the man for the moment, people.
I would love to see some more camera views on that, because I like two things. I knew that, like, I feel like Civil and Blake have like some mental stuff going on. I said it earlier.
I said it.
Yeah. But I think like I don't know. I feel like I need to see the camera angle. I feel like I need to see the camera angle.
You know, I think a lot of persons slept on Noah Lyles, including myself, though I was always itching that though he wasn't commanding in his opening 2 rounds at the World Championship, it was clear that he was running to instruction and was trying to be reserved with his performances. 9.78 personal best in the final.
There are a couple of observations, gentlemen. I don't know if this is mind games or what, but the starters at the beginning, I think they held the gentleman for a long time in the starting blocks. Another thing, I saw one of the starters coming and like he was instructing people to move their fingers back. I think all of that, I think that might have had some bearing on somebody like a Kishian Thompson. They were specific to him because I saw him adjusting his finger grips. But this is what sports is about. It's about holding your nerves in the big moments. It's about mental fortitude. It's about being mentally tough. And Noah Lyles has shown that he is the man for the big moments. He is the man for when the going gets tough. Give it up to Noah Lyles. I did not have him. I had him initially in my medal predictions. I took him out after seeing the semifinals. But for him to have had a subpar heat, not a great semifinal or a below par semifinal, to come through this field, running a personal best time of 9.79, his best 100-meter in his life that he has ever run, at the biggest Olympic, at the biggest moment, at the biggest 100-meter of his life, to have taken it in a time of 9.79. We lift our caps, we lift our hats to the man and say.
Let me say this, because people talking about Kishian like mental issue. Listen, this is his first. This is the man's first like global championship, boss. He gets to the final and he runs the same time as the winner. You can't say there's mental issues with him, right, Pioneer? Because this is his first. He has not been at he has not been at any big championship before.
All right, I'm gonna say something, and I said this in the stream earlier on, man. I heard Gatlin and Gatlin, Ochocinco, and Shannon Sharp yesterday. And they were saying, how can you beat? And I'm sure that they're going to go back. We're going to hear this. They're going to go back to this later on their podcast. Their what's the name of their podcast? They were asking Gatlin, how do you beat someone like Kishi? And Gatlin was saying, Gatlin along with Shannon Sharp was saying, at 60 meters, has to feel you are with him. At 60 meters, Fred Curley was right there. And I spoke about Fred Curley being the most dangerous man in the race. Fred Curley was right there with Kishian Thompson. I think Kishian started to dig in. He didn't lose his form, but I don't think his execution was as good as we have seen him execute before. He started digging in because he was feeling the pressure to his left. I think that is where Lyles had the advantage. Lyles executed a perfect race. While Kishian's execution would have been a little off because of the pressure that he felt from Curley, Lyles' execution was perfect in the middle of the race, allowing him to come through and take these people. We have hats off to Noah. He's a big moment performer. These are the people who I applaud the most in sport. I applaud the people who perform when the lights are brightest. There was no brighter light than the one we just saw in Paris. All right, and he came through in a field of sprinters that we all thought were superior to him and won the men's 100-meter final. And very few of us would bet against him winning the 200 meters also. Give it up. He's double world champion, and he's on his way to being double Olympic champion. All right, hats off to Noah Lyles. I salute the man. That's all I can say. You're saying Monix and Roger.
Yeah, I just think there's no way we can give Kishian a hard time, because like I'm saying, this would be his first major showing at a global championship. And the time that he ran is the same as Noah. He's second, so I don't think there's a mental issue with him. But I'm very weary of Seville. And this is something that he had, like, I saw Noah pointing like in front of him. I think that bothered him. Here's what I think also. If Kishian was closer to Noah, he would have won the race. I think, like I said, that it is the battle between him and Furley. So
Curly. Curly, I think Curly put Kishian under immense pressure on his inside.
Manning, Noah was so far away.
Manning, at one point, it was I almost thought that Kishian and Noah and Curly hands were touching together. You know? At one point, the box it was so at about 70 meters or 65 meters. I almost think that their shoulders were touching, you know. Their hands were touching. I want to see a full replay of the race, but I think the pressure was brought to bear on Kishian at a point in the race, and that allowed, and as I said it before the race started, man, this is the Olympic final. It is the execution. It is those who execute their race plan that will stand out. And Noah, to his credit, and I see people like Mikey Jones in the chat saying, boy, him not like Noah, him not rate Noah, no salute for Noah, for the fool Noah. Listen to me, Mikey Jones. For me, this is sports. This is not personal. This is a man who has talked the talk, and he has come out here at the biggest stage, and the biggest stage, in the biggest event of the biggest show on earth, and walk the walk. You can't do nothing else with a man like that but to salute him.
Do I just Pioneer? I don't know where I think he's quoting you, or he's quoting himself. So Seville is suffering these guys. Did he say that, or he said that you said that?
No, I've been saying it. Well, he and I have had this conversation, and I said it. I don't trust Seville. Mental fortitude. When Seville is out front, I think Seville is a front runner, man. When Seville is out front, you get the best form. It's a sort kind of thing. When you're out front, your form is perfect, your execution is right. When you come under pressure, how do you react to pressure? How do you treat with pressure? You understand what I say? So, execution. I said it before the race, man. While we had our picks and while we thought we knew who we wanted to win the race and who we thought was going to win the race, it is those who execute on the day, on the big day, that will get the spoils. So the winner goes the spoil, brother. Yes, first responder. Big up Noah.
Pioneer.
See?
Question.
Yeah.
Quite notably too, Seville, he had PB'd in the semi-final, which I think that would have been a disadvantage for him going into the final, because again, as you and I know, peaking just before a big race is not the advice he would have gotten from his coach. So I think that's where things really went bad for him, and he just never had enough time for recovery coming into the final. So I think it's just like Mario Zetalu at these championships for some years now, oblique Seville has now developed a pattern of somewhat miscalculating his performances at these championships.
Seville, as I said it before the championship, Seville will have to earn my trust and respect as a sprinter. I had little confidence in him. I've been saying it for the entire time. I picked him for a bronze medal, but I put a caveat on it if he executes. When the pressure comes, Mannings, you have to be able to still execute. We have to give it up to Noah Lyles. This is a man who talks the talk. He came out, he amped up himself. He got himself in that frame of mind, knowing that this is the big dance. And he came out and he ran the best 100-meter race of his life. There's nothing else I can say to that more than salute to the man. Salute a man who talks the talk and come out and, in this case, run the run. Saying, executing running your best race at the biggest moment. This is Bolt like brethren. Nobody can deny that. This is what Usain Bolt did. Usain Bolt was a man who came out on the biggest stages and run his best race. You have to give it up to a man who comes on the biggest stage and performs at his best. There's nothing else you can ask for nothing.
If run below 10.
Nobody. I think Civil was 7th and he ran 991. It was, as I suggested, Mannings, it would have been a Mannings. The only thing that I didn't see happening that I predicted was Civil, what's his name? Thompson to be out front. Thompson, I saw Kishian going out front. All right, see, they're showing the breakdown, and they're showing the breakdown of the race. At a point in the race, Curly was on the shoulders of Thompson, and I think that is where that made the difference for Kishian. I think the heat and credit to Justin Gattin and Shannon Sharp. They said it, they spoke it in the media yesterday. They said you have to let him feel you at a point, so you basically show off a little his execution. If you allow Kishian Thompson to execute the full 100 meters that he in the way he wants, he's gonna leave you. Noah Lyles executed his race plan the way he wanted. Kishian Thompson, on the other hand, because of the heat that came on him from Fred Curley.
When you look at the reaction time, when you look at the reaction time as well, you know that
Kishian, all right, they're showing the heat map. They show the heat map. Look at it. Look how far back Lyles is. It's Curley on Thompson's shoulder, and then at an point now, Thompson was ahead, but Curley was still closest to him. You get what I mean? Here it comes now. And here comes Noah Lyles at the end of the race. Because of the heat brought on Thompson by Curley, it allowed Noah Lyles in the middle of the pack with nobody around him to have his perfect executed race, winning the gold medal in a time of 9.79. Same time
when you look at the reaction times, Pioneer, you see, because the reaction time is right up here. I don't know if you can see it. So for Noah, it is 0.178. For Kishian, 0.176.
Yeah.
For Curly, 0.108. That's very good. I think he probably had the best reaction time. For Sembini, 0.149. Jacobs is 0.114, which is the second best reaction time. Bogo, 0.178. Bednarik, 0.163, and Seville, who had a he had the third best reaction time. No, well, the fourth. So he never had the best start either.
Right, that's what
Civil, listen, man. Civil don't need a good start. Civil's problem, Mannings, is execution. We have 965 people in the stream right now, people. We ask of you, please, we ask of you, the minimal, we ask of you, please like the stream. We just ask you to like the stream. If you are new here, if you like what you're hearing here, we're going to be here for the entire Olympics, people. We ask that you subscribe to the stream. All right?
If they want to call Pioneer and talk to you.
If you want to have a calling line, put up in the calling line, man, so we can interact.
The number is here, so if you want, it is, you can call through WhatsApp. So if you call through WhatsApp, you will be able to interact with Pioneer and with Rajay. We can take around 3 calls. We'll give you 5 minutes when you're calling. So they have to get some rest at the next big day tomorrow. But you can call in through WhatsApp on the number that is there, the 373-6449. You have the 876 on it. Whether you're in the States or in Jamaica, you can use WhatsApp to call in. Yeah.
Listen, people, and do I chat to? I agree with him, brethren. I agree with you 1,000%. Saying, and people, we are sporting fans. We are sporting enthusiastic. We are Jamaican sports fans. We want the best for our Jamaican sports stars. But what we cannot be is bias. Saying, and we have to call it how we see it. Noah Lyles, all right, came out. He talked a big game. A lot of us thought that he couldn't back it up. After the semifinals, a lot of us had him not amongst the medals. He came out. He executed his best 100-meter race of his life, running the fastest time of his life, and he won the gold medal. you can do nothing but give respect to a man like that. All right, big run by Noah Lyles, great finish by great result for Kishian Thompson. Mind you, I know he had the gold medal written all over. He had that. He might have made plans for everything that he was going to do with that gold medal. However, on the day, all right, he ran 9.77 at our trials, shutting down. In the biggest race of his life, he did not execute a great race. He executed a decent or a good race. Noah Lyles had a better execution. Henceforth, he won the gold medal. We have to lift a cap to the man who had the better execution and won the race. All right?
Yeah.
Jamaican biases aside.
Yeah, Roger, like I said in the panel, I don't think he has anything to be ashamed of. Yes, it have been good to have gotten the gold medal, but I still believe the fact that this is his first major championship. He had a long-term injury that he has recovered from. I think he could have gone faster. But these are the things you learn from this, and I hope this will now prepare him for the World Championship, which is in Japan, right? I think next year.
World Championship next year in 2025 is going to be in Japan.
Yes, so I think he did well. He did well enough at his first major championship, first major finals, and so kudos must be given to him. And he should walk away, being happy, knowing that, listen, by time this man didn't beat me, and that is just the truth.
All right. So I'm going to respond to Planet. What is that? Planet 4.
Planet 41.
Planet 41. Planet, when I say, all right. Everybody expected. Let me put it in context. Kishian Thompson ran at our trials and ran a time of 9.77. He ran 9.77 at our trials. All right. He's run that slowing down. We all thought he could go faster. Persons were talking about him running 9.6. Persons were talking about him running 9.65. All right. This is the Olympic finals. He ran 9.80 in the semifinals, looking really comfortable. All right. So it's not about not being a great time. It's about the expectation. We all expected him to execute a better race. All right. We all expected him to execute a better race. Noah Lyles, in the biggest moment of his, the biggest race of his life, executed the best race of his life. All right, I don't think Kishian Thompson had the best execution when he felt the pressure from.
But I wouldn't say Noah's execution was better because they both did the same time. That's
no,
what
man,
I'm saying.
That is based on expectation and what we have seen from them before, man. Noah's personal best was 9.81 coming into the trials. He burned a PB. Kishian's PB was 9.77, shutting down. He ran 9.79.
We
were expecting more. Come on.
This is a high pressure. See,
here you go.
Completely different conditions. And the time between the 100 meters at stadium and the 100 meters here is different. It is less time.
So,
maybe why you are Roger say on this one first. But Roger, what do you say about this comment? Looking at the photo finish, it shows Thompson first, Curly second, and Lyles third. I am no conspiracy theorist. Check it yourself. So Roger, what say you?
Oh no, it was clear. It was clear as the Lyles. He had a trailblazing finish. He was able to pip what's his name, Thompson, just on the line there. And I think we've all seen, based on the summation of the race, we've all come to the conclusion that when it mattered most, Noah Lyles put together the race of his life.
Remember before even the results came up,
Let him finish because Roger that talking, him never finished.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm saying Thompson, on the other hand, albeit having a 9.77 personal best, this is the Olympic finals. Having clocked 9.79, it's not so much a regression of his personal best. It's putting into consideration the conditions, the atmosphere, what it means. It's first global event. Him being outfoxed by a Noah Lyles, it leaves behind a sense of disappointment based on the type of shape he would have been in, but not necessarily a sense of disappointment with regards to the performance. It was a 9-7 clocking for the win. He was still able to produce a 9-7 clocking, just not enough for the win. All in all, a creditable performance. He's still young. He's still learning. This is his first major. So I think him and his camp will be taking all the positives from this year's first experience.
Somebody said this, man. To the person who I said about the photo finish. Remember, man, before even the results were in, I called it. From where I was sitting and looking at it, I saw that Lyles came through for the victory. But me, I said this to you, Roger. Me almost want to say this. Noah Lyles will never beat Kishian Thompson in life again. Believe me when I tell that. And I'm put that here.
Let me just tell you, let me warn you. This is YouTube. You can be clipped, you know.
No man. Hold on, man. Let me put a caveat on that.
Oh.
With good health, if Kishian Thompson keeps his health, people notice me I tell you this. I'm gonna tell you something, I salute Noah Lyles because of the execution of the race. But if Kishian Thompson stays healthy, Noah Lyles will never beat Kishian Thompson over 100 meters again. And a matter of fact, they might clash up more. You can bet that there are promoters and Diamond League promoters lining up the big bucks right now as we are speaking now for the rematch.
Before we go out on that limit, do you remember saying something similar with regards to Sha'Carri and Sharika last season?
Come
on now, Pioneer. We can't think until Kishian beats Noah Lyles, then we can go off on those pronouncements.
No, man, hold on, man. This is what I'm saying here.
That's fair criticism because I've heard from you previously that Sha'Carri would never have beaten Sharika again. And we saw where she lost out to
after which race?
You had said that going into the World Championship, Sharika had lost to her, I think the last meet it was prior to the World
Diamond League
last year. Diamond League it would have been. Right. Yeah. And you said, I remember you saying vociferously that she would not have lost again.
All right. I don't remember that so clearly, but this one is all right. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember it clearly. I might have said that.
Psychological hurdle still.
No, hold on, man. Hold on.
Hold on, no, Pioneer. Until Kishian overcomes that psychological hurdle to beat Noah.
This was the psychological. All right.
I think it's a premature.
All right. Hold on, Raji. I might have said that if you can't find it, you find it. But I don't recall it. And me, man, me like stand for my words. This is YouTube, and this is I am sure. See? This is where people go out on a limb and stand on that limb, and if it broke, you have a drop, right, man?
The views expressed on these matters are the views
of mine. But this is I am sure, and this is YouTube. See, and this is where things are put out there and it lives forever. So I'm deaf on YouTube. I go out on a limb. Kishian, Noah Lyles. If Kishian Thompson remains healthy and keeps good health, and it can continue to be coached by Stephen Francis, Noah Lyles will never beat Kishian Thompson over 100 meters.
We have a call online. But what I will say is this: before the year ends, if Kishian has in good health 3 more races, he's going to go 9-6. I think
but I'm beating but.
I don't know about that part, but we have a call online. Caller, welcome to the show. Good afternoon. Yeah, man. What do we call you?
Good afternoon, panel. I'm Jasper. I'm here in Georgia.
Georgia.
I was listening to your show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wanted to add something. I like the panel. I like what you guys are saying. This is the one thing I think that's being overlooked, though. I think that one of the things is that the underestimation of Noah Lyles is what lost. I personally think is why Thompson lost the race. I think there was a sense of underestimating what he could do because they kind of put him to the wayside because of some of his previous times. But the one thing about Lyles is he does have this thing where the competition he takes very seriously. So you have to kind of know that regardless, he is going to seek to try to be better. And the more better talent is on the field, I think he is forced to be better. And also, I think what worked against Thompson, which I don't think nobody looked at, was Curly. You see, I think think Thompson was so focused on Curly that he didn't realize there was two that were lethal in that race that he needed to kind of focus on.
What's your name, Carla? What's your name, Carla?
My name is Jasper.
Jasper, I said the very same thing that you're saying now. Curly was the person who won the race for Noah. Trust me. I think whatever money Noah Lyles gets, he should give Curly half of that check. The pressure put on Thompson from Curly on his inside is what allowed Noah Lyles to come through the middle of the pack and win the race. That's my opinion.
And to add to Jasper's point too, I agree with him saying that Noah Lyles being swept under the radar because of his poor first half performances throughout the championship. Because I think we all agree that the first one in the semi-final, he had poor starts.
Raja,
I'm here.
Yeah, man, let me let the caller go, Raja, and then I'll let you respond because he says not here. Go ahead, caller. Just make your point and then you can go on the show.
So I think that's my call. But I do believe though that the more that Keyshawn gets better, I don't think anyone should underestimate the talent in the world. You have to always know that as you are getting better, there's always someone else also trying to get better. And I think Noah Lyles has proven that he's not one to get comfortable in whatever success he has for a moment. So that's all.
All right. Thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it. Very good point.
Yeah, that was a very good point.
Very good point. Respect.
Roger was making a point, Pioneer. So let Roger go.
Right.
Yeah, I was adding to the point Jasper made on this call that I think for a fact, the Jamaican athletes overlooked Noah's early Olympic Games struggles, meaning, I mean, we saw where he was struggling to get out the blocks and get into his runnings in the opening rounds. We saw something similar in the semi-finals. But I think even going into the finals, I was asking the question if it was enough time for him to make the adjustments with regards to the first part of his race. He came into the final, he made the adjustment, and I think it caught both Thompson and the next guy, Civil, off guard for us, the Jamaicans. Curly, like Pioneer, I think us, the panel agreed, he was showing signs of improving throughout the rounds. I think he looked imperious in that second round, that semi-final when he chased down Thompson to finish second to qualify. So yes, I'd have to agree with Jasper that I think the Jamaican athletes were somewhat overly confident in their abilities and were banking somewhat on the fact that Noah seemed to have been struggling with the first half of his races.
Omar T said something that maybe a good point. Should Thompson have dipped more?
Yeah, man,
not necessarily. I think Noah Lyles had actually a stride on him. That's what you got to understand.
No, but hold on. To the point, still, you know. As I said, all right, listen. The man that showed the best form outside of Thompson in the heat was Curly. Curly was the man who chased him down.
Right.
See? He was on his inside. I think at one point, because I want to see that race again now, really. At one point, it almost looked like them hands them were touching. The battle was so intense with Curly on his inside. I wasn't looking at when I was commentating the region. I want to look and I see the flash. I say, what is that? It's an American color. I see come to the middle, you know. The back. If you listen back to me, I commentate on the race. It was Thompson and Curly, you know. I think that battle. I think Thompson was so focused, and it almost mirrors a little bit Shelly and Sharika last year. Sharika was so focused on Shelly on her inside and beating Shelly when she passed Shelly's thing that it allowed Shakar to come from the outside there and do it. I think that was where Thompson last year, that's how he felt from Noah Lyles, from Fred Curly. Kind of make him lose him form. He never execute the race that I'm sure the race plan. I'm sure right now him and Fred will have a heated debate or maybe a spirited conversation or maybe Fred at war with him right now about the execution of his race. Because as I said before, this is the Olympic finals. It is those who execute. It's all about execution. You have trained for many, many months. See, you have visualized this in your brain 100, 1,000 times. But it is when you go on the track to execute what you have trained for and visualize. And I think if you look at whenever we played the race just now, I looked at Noah Lyles executing, coming through. He was at one point, he was at about 6th or 7th in the race. Him being a 200 meters runner also, which means he has a stronger. I said this to somebody the other day. We were on the platform, man, and I said, what Noah has is the ability to maintain his top end speed for a long time while others are slowing down. And you could see the execution from him starting to make his move, and he made his move right through the crowd, passing people like people.
That point pretty much answers the question as to whether or not Kishian should have dipped earlier, because to the point of Noah Lyles having a longer top end speed, having a much more longer phase through that, I think that's where the advantage came on the line. So even though it looked as though Kishian would have reached ahead of him at the line because he has a longer top end speed, he was actually a stride ahead of Kishian, really.
Links, I agree with you 1000%. Links in the comment section. Links say, can't bad mind Noah. Him respect the culture still. Were you not entertained? I was thoroughly entertained.
I've certainly seen on the coverage today that what Noah has done for track and field has been tremendous. He has filled the void left by Usain Bolt with his excitement and all of this, all of his colors in
what show. This does. All right. By the way, people, the American drought has been broken. America has not won this cycle since 2004 when Justin Gatlin won it. So it has taken them 20 years. Seeing and the absence of Usain Bolt for them to regain this title. So hats off to the Americans. They have broken the jinx on the male side. It continues on the female side. And to your point, Links, I agree with you 1000%, Bridget. This race lived up to the hype and the expectation. I mean, Jamaica, we have come out on the wrong side of the race. I can't say all of us are upset, we're all vexed. But what we can't deny is that it lived up to the hype and expectation. And we have to give it up to the man who executed on the day. And to the winner goes the spoil, Bridget. As a Jamaican, disappointed. But as a track and field fan, I'm super excited. Trust me.
What I say, people, that is 3 medals for Jamaica. No matter you slice it, you know, it's good that we're still picking up medals. You understand me? We still got the medals in the sprint, so we have to be grateful. Like I said, I think this is going to be hard for Civil, especially because he finished way down there. He's better than his finish, way better than that. And I think
just a question: are you now perturbed?
All right.
Are you now perturbed, the Pioneer?
Nothing changes.
This discussion, you know.
Nothing changes. Nothing changes, Roger. It's just
remember that 9:82 clocking. And the question was asked whether or not you were perturbed?
No, I was not. And I'm still not perturbed. Still not perturbed by it because, as I said, what happened? Well, look, they're showing the slow of the race. Kishian is in front, but guess what? He's starting, because of the heat from Curly, he's starting to focus on Curly and losing form a little bit. While Lyles is executing like crazy, coming past Civil, coming past Simbin, out of the sights of Kishian Thompson to win the race.
Pioneer,
trust me, it lived up to the hype.
I've not explored the thought of peaking too early, but could it be said that Kishian, that 977, I mean, it doesn't take from the caliber of an athlete he is, but could it be explored that he's somewhat peaked?
In contrast
to the performance that we've now witnessed from Noah Lyles running a PB inside the championship.
All right, I got to put that to bed. When him go out next week at a race, I run 972. That I got to put that to bed that he peaked too early, because you got to realize that he was just like Asafa Bridging. He was primed to peak at the right time, but he ran a bad race. He didn't execute a good race. Let me not say he ran a bad race. He did not execute a good race. That is all it is, Bridget. Look at the man again. Him start bowing. Him head start go back and forth. Seeing him start digging. The pressure, that is what pressure does, Bridget. He must feel Fred Curly upon him inside. Him start digging. Him start grimace. Him start gritting teeth. Him start digging. While Noah, perfect execution. It is showing, there's a slow motion replay on the screen. Him start digging. Him realize now, so I have the beating of Curly. The finish line is right there. Him start digging, but no sight of Noah Lyles coming from this side.
Outside execution in a Pioneer,
Him out the Fred Curly, but not seeing that Noah on the other side. Get him. Execution is the thing. And we said,
no, but again, Pioneer, if you were to go back to that race, let me ask the question again. Look back at the 100 meters, right? And the question we're exploring is peaking too early. To consider that Fred Curly ran a PB in the semi-finals and he was closing down on Akishane Thompson, even in the finals, where we saw Noah Lyles run his third PB in about 3 weeks. The question has to be asked whether or not Kishane.
All right, so if he goes out next week and run 9.75 or 9.72, you would agree that he never peaked too early.
No, but remember, peaking
for the Olympics.
No, but come on, Pioneer. That's a slippery slope, because peaking for the Olympic Games is different from peaking for the Diamond League circuit. Peaking for the Olympics, you have to put into consideration the rounds that are to be run at these championships. So that's why it's a point to reckon with, noticing that Fred Curly PB'd inside the Olympic Games at the semi-finals, and he was looking closer to Kishane Thompson come the final round. Just 2 was Noah Lyles, as we saw with the 9.78 victory.
Jamaicans are the craziest, and I see some Jamaican posting some things on social media that from my gentleman get releases be crosses in the track and field. people are crazy. But what I say is that I think, like, listen, we can analyze it, and some of these things are true. But again, I will say this. Kishane, this is his first championship. I think if he were closer to Noah, he would have been able to kind of feel the pressure and done better. Like I think both of you have said, and even the caller, I feel like the focus on Fred Curly, because they were basically ahead at the beginning based on because he catch up Curly because Curly had a faster reaction time than him. So that means by he got into his drive phase, he was on par with Curly, which now means that he knew that he was ahead and not see Noah. I think that is what probably affected him. I don't think he succumbed to pressure. I just think not being able to, from peripheral view, know what is happening exactly beside you. Like if he was right in the middle of them, I could see him pouring home. But it is what it is. I believe that he's a 9'6" athlete, and I think if he's on the Diamond League circuit for the rest of the year, he's probably going to do that. I want to see him in the World Championships in Japan next year. We normally get a lot of glory over in that hemisphere. So let's see. Maybe he will rebound from that. But I think Oblique Seville and his management need to really sit down and work out this, because this performance was under par. Yeah, under par performance. I see somebody said they just slow down the race without and Kishane was without a doubt Kishane was robbed. It's like Rajay, based on the angle you see, there's no robbery, man.
There's no robbery.
Yeah. But how does an athlete like Oblique Seville, what would he need to do to really
maybe
pick himself up again?
Maybe change camps.
Yeah.
I mean, finalists now in 3 major championship, missed out on the podium position in 2 world championship, peaked or looking to peak inside an Olympic Games with a personal best 9.8 clocking in the semis, falling way behind the picking order come the final. I think it's about time he explores his options elsewhere. I mean, Glenn Mills, though, is prestigious career as a coach. I mean, there are times when I think athletes sometimes have to make the decision and accept that, there's so much and no more to accomplish from a particular camp. So, I wouldn't be surprised if one of his decisions going forward is to explore his opportunities elsewhere in terms of his coaching. And this is not to knock Glenn Mills by no means, because I mean, it's clear, it's evident that Seville was prepared fairly well coming into these championships. And as I said, running a PB in the semi-finals spoke to the type of form he was kind of in all season long. But, you know, falling so far behind on the pecking order in terms of the podium position. And, you know, no longer can we use experience as an excuse with regards to Seville, you know. So if going forward, his direction is to change camp, it would be a move I'd support based on the trajectory his career is now taking to turn.
I will go close shortly, but Empress Brit has two things. Maybe you can help me with answering this. She says, what is the rule? Body or foot? And then she says, and they took so long to start the race. So you want to respond to that? Isn't it the torso that has to go over the line?
Right, it's the torso.
Yeah.
Yes,
Manins, can you hear me, Manins? Manins, are you hear me?
Yeah, man, we hear the Pioneer.
All right. You don't want to see me, but you're going to hear me. Listen to what I'm saying. I want to respond to the thing about Civil. What Glenn Mills needs to do, and something that he has been reluctant to do, I don't know why. He needs to put Civil on the Diamond League circuit to run against these guys week in, week out. Civil has not had a consistent run on the Diamond League circuit. He needs to go on the Diamond League circuit, go race these guys regularly, beat them, make them beat him. So when they meet at these major championship, it's not foreign to him. He don't feel like that. See, he has Civil's career is probably about 4 years now in, and he has not run. I don't think Civil has run 5 Diamond League races in his career. I can't remember seeing him on the Diamond League circuit. This is where you build up your confidence. This is where you run against your opponents. This is where you beat them beat you, make you know say at the major championship now it's you versus them, and it's how you execute on the day you're gonna beat them. You can't keep hiding this man away. I don't think it has any. I don't think we can blame Glenn Mills in terms of this is the mental fortitude of the athlete. That's why we put it down to right show. Right. Civil is an athlete with weak, and as I've been saying it, until him convince me, him never convince me. So I don't think it is Glenn Mills' fault. If Glenn Mills a coach, if you're around 9-8, brethren, come on, man.
Yeah. Ashmead Free with a super chat says, excellent race, just disappointed how long they were held at the start. And I think I have a
problem with that, you know. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with the officials pointing to that thing. Like it builds up. You don't hold the people in the starting. I commented on it in the thing, saying, brethren, Kishian Young, and first outing, I think this loss will hurt Kishian so much. People, it's not like he ran fifth like Asafa. He was beaten on the line.
Brother, why you like to call up Asafa, man?
No, because I say it's not like, what's that? Hold on, man. Look get this straight. What's Jamaica?
No, man, you can't say Kishian and then Asafa. Low Asafa.
No, man, hold on, man. I don't know, because it is about athletes and disappointment, Reggie. Whilst we are disappointed, for not winning the gold medal, which we thought we would have won this year, I'm sure this loss will hurt Kishian as much as it hurt, more than how it hurt any Jamaican. Believe me, brethren. You could see the disappointment on the man's face throughout every interview I see him do. And it's normally a YouTube, normally kind of level keys. But I know that when he sits down, when he go in bed tonight, this will hurt him immensely. See? Yeah. He will bounce back. He will be better going forward. The man who we need to be very concerned about is Oblique Civil. Third time on a major stage, fourth, and now a PB in the semi-final, and then on 7th after that. This is
Raji and Pioneer. I'm going to show you some pictures, right? Because, and I want you guys to explain to the people what is going on with these pictures, right? And we're going to close with this. There are two sets of pictures that I want to show you, right? With how the finish look. Let me see if I can show this one. And this is, I think, why some people are saying that it was. I realize that Noah won, but I'll show the pictures. But we have a caller online. So this is the first picture, right? I hope you can see it. So if you will look and see Kishian and Fred Curley, their legs are over the line before Noah.
No, you know why, Manins? You can't, don't be unfair. It's the angle of the photo, Manins.
No, I'm going to give you a different angle.
What are the Manins? This photo wasn't taken. Take from a parallel. It wasn't taken parallel to the finish line, Bridget. It was taken at probably about a.
And this is a free shot photo also. This
Yeah,
is
man.
not this is not where the sensors were triggered.
But
So
is it not
Noah's initial launch to the line would have triggered the sensor before this image right here.
Mannins,
This
looking
is just
on,
a freeze
Mannins,
shot.
looking on from the camera, that showed the finish line. I called it in a real time before
All
even
right.
before
Well,
it even came
we,
up.
we have a call online. Like, and this is the next picture now. This is the next one.
Right.
This is a true picture.
This
And if you
is
look
the
at
picture now. This is the picture. And
But
he's
the
like,
torso,
look at his
Mannins.
torso.
Mannins is the torso.
The
It's
torso.
the torso that counts.
No,
Right.
no,
If you
man.
look at this, Noah's torso is closer to
I agree that it is the torso. What I'm saying,
Noah's
though,
torso is closer to the line than Kishian's torso on
yeah,
this picture.
yeah, man. No, man. I'm agreeing with you. You know.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is that if there's a finish line, the man foot over the finish line first.
No, man, come on, man. You passed that. That is from 19. That rule was set from, I think, 1971 or 1970 that was decided. That's at the torso. It's a long time thing.
Let's get to let's hear the caller. Caller, welcome to the show.
Yes, my day. May I tell us a Kishian boy, Kishian talking.
Greet the two panelists, man. Yeah, come on, for the show and greet the panelists. Them. Come on, Caesar.
Good afternoon, Roger, afternoon, Pioneer. Man, I truly even know what I feel right now. Man.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's when now people say I'm not perturbing because I suspect Kishi, when the guy name, I suspect Lyles can go by max 978, 979, right?
I said it to CC. I said the same thing to CC. I think Lyles ceiling was 979. I said it in the same conversation.
Yeah, 979, 978.
CC, are you perturbed? Are you not perturbed?
I was all right. Let me show you something. Even in the semi-final, I was still not perturbed. You know what? Kishian Thompson's execution of the final 40 meters of the race let him down. You start tighten up. It's like to me where you can look at. No one else have been there and done that, right? So if you give him say, oh, he's been there and done that. But in terms of, well, if you look on, in terms of, you say, who's the faster athlete? Yeah, who is the faster athlete? It's Kishian Thompson. But it's Kishian Thompson's execution let him down. Because if you notice in the semi-final that Noah Lyles lost, he came in fast and oblique civil enough. Because he was closing down fast. So if you had time and rush back over that race, you realize Noah Lyles' top end speed in terms of him, he will close fast in the last 40. He might not necessarily have the best race in the first 60 meters of the race, but he will be closing fast in the last 40. And in both races that he lost, he was closing fast, especially in the semi-final race. But when it came to the final now, it's the same thing, he was closing fast. Kishian was out in front of the field at 60 meters and started tightening up at 70. So Kishian was on pace to run at least 9.75 and just started tightening up and regressed to the point where he ended up with 9.79. Noah Lyles dip him at the line, boom, gold medal. So to me, 2-1.
See.
Because that's.
Yeah, go ahead. You broke up for a little bit. So go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead and finish up, and then Roger is going to respond.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. That point in terms of I said Lyles came out and I can't ask Mannins on the panel. Has there ever been a race where you have the starter? I don't know if it's a starter or somebody else will come and actually hold the starting race for at least a minute. I hold the starters them for a minute, like he will stretch out him and I say, right, hold like something is going on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, we can't use that as they held them too long because all I'm saying is that all the athletes were held. If it were just that they held one and not the other. Like, to me, like, those things are not supposed to be coming to the equation, in my opinion.
No, but man. Even if it as an excuse, but even if everybody is being held, certain people is different from everybody is different. You know? So it's not like you have 8 athletes, it's 8 different athletes. So it might benefit one and then not benefit the other. You understand what I say? Because imagine coming out after Noah jump up and creating excitement, going at the blocks. Then they start at them say set. And then the gunfire. It's a different thing than they go in now, settle down in the blocks, and you have a next minute now if you think about this race. So I'm saying to you that I'm not saying that is an excuse for losing the race, because the guy lost the race on the line. He lost the race in poor execution. Because I thought I typed something earlier when I was on the stream when I was saying that the running form of Kishane run ugly. If we should put it like that, then.
All right, CC.
I don't think
before you go too long in your monologue,
hold on.
I'm just asking you this quickly. You said he lost the race based on execution, and before we start using terms recklessly, let me just ask you this: which half of his race was poorly executed? Was it his first half of his race, or was it the second half of his race?
The second half of his race.
No, you also made a pronouncement that the race was supposedly 9.75, right? Now, when you look at the race, he ran 9.77 in Kingston. How would you weigh in terms of the execution, the first and the second half of that race? Because remember now, he ran 9.77 shutting down.
Yeah, but all right. So Kishane did his interview, right?
That's how I wanted to factor in and better explain to me when you want to say it's lack of his execution.
All right.
But CC, hold on a sec, CC. Let me just read this comment. This is Daniel. Daniel, who was one of our panelists yesterday. She said that Kishane did his interview, and in his interview, he said he was being impatient at the end, and that cost him the race.
That is it, man. Execution. Him losing form because Fred Curley up on him side and him try digging too much mannings to dismiss Fred Curley. Maintain a form. He's doing all of that while Noah Lyles in the middle of the park execute his perfect race. This was Noah Lyles perfectly executed.
The problem I'm having with your summation of execution, the more I'm thinking about it is to ask the question: did he poorly execute the first half of his race then? Because is it a case where we have to accept that Kishane too is a front runner?
Listen what I said to you, Bridget.
Because there's no way this guy runs 9.79 in an Olympic final, and we're now saying he lost based on execution. If we're not going to accept that he either poorly executed his first half of the race, was it a case where he was pushed to the line running 9.79? It can't be execution.
That's what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you, Raji. Raji, listen. Next week, when Kishane come out and execute a good race and run 9.74 or 9.75, me I say to you, Raji, that is perfect execution. See, this, as I said, the pressure brought to bear from Curley. I'm sure that, listen, every race that Kishane has run, at 60 meters, he dismiss the opponent and have them behind him. Mm-hmm. At 60 meters, Fred Curley, and I'm sure the heat map, at 60 meters, Fred Curley was the closest person to Kishane, and he was right on his left-hand side. Mm-hmm. At 60 meters, I'm sure it again, he was still there, him not gone away. Mm-hmm. Kishane is used to this, every race him run, him dismiss him opponent by 60, 65, and then have...
No, he's faced in a race where both Curley and Noah Lyles ran the races of their lives.
Let me go back to CC. Him not see Noah Lyles. He want to focus on Curley.
Let me hear from CC so we can release him. CC, all right, take a minute and summarize this stuff. Go ahead.
So yeah, man. So on the thing, the question that Roger was asking, my thing is that it's when he reached 60 meters, like in the 9.77 race, you kind of see where he still maintained form and he was going through the line, even though he was shutting down. In the semi-final, he still maintained form, came through the line at 9.80. So he just ran 9.80, coming through the line, maintaining form. But when he reached in the final at 60 meters, 65 meters, his form started to sway. So it's not the same. His form looked better in the semi-final than he looked in the final. And the semi-final, he ran about 80 meters of the race and basically relaxed. But he was not relaxed for the last 40 meters of the race.
Let me say this to you, gentlemen. Roger, you know this. Roger, you know this. Roger, you know this, Roger. A sprinter is more efficient and more effective in their sprinting when they are relaxed. Am I right or am I wrong?
Let me big up Sauti. Let me big up Sauti before Roger answer, because Sauti said two things. I think he said the expert told they were not perturbed when Lives won in London. I hear all the experts on the panel now.
Still not perturbed. Me personally, still not perturbed.
Sauti, remember, I was perturbed in a Sauti.
I wasn't perturbed. Listen, This is why I'm not perturbed. This is why I'm not perturbed, Mannings. I said, based on the ceiling where we have with Kishane terms, I said, as a matter of fact, it play out true to farm. I said, based on how Lyles ran the 981, and I gave him credit for the fast track, and I gave him credit for the fact that he ran in a minus 0.3 wind. See, I said, for me, Lyle's ceiling was 1079 or 1078. I said it in the same conversation, but based on how Kishian Thompson run him 977, his ceiling is probably 9.7 low or 9.6 high. Lyle's running best race, execute a good race, and run what I thought he could run. Kishian didn't execute, and him run slower than he actually ran.
Well, again,
when he
Pioneer, where
simple argument, it's done. We don't need to argue with no idiot over that.
No, Pioneer, that's not where we're going with the channel. Pioneer, I'm asking you the question. Where in this race did Kishian did not execute? Was it in the first half or was it in the second half? Everybody is saying that he did not get no separation from Curly. But
let me tell you what happened, Raji. I told you already. Do you know that he ran 3 races? This one is his slowest reaction time.
So bad start.
In other words, he didn't get.
There you go, Mannings man. Mannings man is now pointing in the direction.
So that is I read that. So what is this now? If he listen, you see the reaction time that he had in the semifinals would have put him even way ahead of Fred Curley.
Right.
This reaction time put him behind Fred Curley.
You can break it down, Senna Mannings. However,
he got up almost similar to Noah Lyles, and that's the dynamic of the race.
Same time.
But this is where I'm getting Pioneer to say. This is what I'm saying to Pioneer. You know, it's not so much so the execution. You know, if you're not going to point out that it's the first half of him race, but to say that because he wasn't separated from Curly and he didn't see Noah Lyles is the reason why he lost his race. That cannot be true because Noah Lyles made an adjustment to his race. And he got a start similar to that of Thompson. And that's where the dynamic of this race changed.
You know that Thompson probably hold on. You know Thompson got probably the second, the third, the 8th, probably the 6th best start in the race. Look back on the time.
But what I'm saying, Pioneer. No, so what I'm saying here is that this is what I'm saying, Pioneer. Noah, listen to the reaction times. Noah 0.178.
Yeah.
Kishian 0.176.
Who are worse? Who are the people who are worse than them?
Who are worse than them?
Yeah.
Nobody.
So listen, Mannings man.
Listen, but who are people better than them?
You were saying to me, that Kishian got a 2,000th of a second faster than Noah Lyles, but it still was more faster than Noah Lyles would have gotten up in previous rounds.
Exactly, because in the last...
That's what I'm explaining to Pioneer.
So Pioneer, what I'm saying to you, his reaction time in the semifinal was like 0.015 something.
Right.
So he had a way faster reaction time.
That would have given him the separation from
exactly, from the get-go.
Mannings with a 4 hour and 50 and almost 57
seconds. So we have to lock it at 5 hours.
Raja, and people will be here tomorrow again. And for those who are new to this kind of discussion, this is how we deal with it. We are going to hear these heated discussions in our debates from time to time. Let me ask everybody, still have 530 people on the stream with us. I'm sure a lot of persons have been here with us for the entire stream. We ask of you people, if you are here for the first time, if you like our discussion, if you like our discourse, if you like the analysis that you have gotten here, if you like the commentary that we provide when the races are on, we ask of you, subscribe to the channel. Help us to grow. We are one of the preeminent Jamaican sporting YouTube channels. All right, we are very credible. All right, and we are very reliable. So we ask of you, subscribe to the channel. At a minimum, we ask that you like the stream, people. If you are still here with us, we ask that you like the stream. Share the stream, share the channel with a friend, a relative. We are going to be here for the entirety of the Olympic Games. We'll be covering most.
Tell them what they can look forward to tomorrow, Pioneer.
And tomorrow, let me get the schedule. Raja, help me out with the schedule for tomorrow, Raja, if you have it close by. Because
then we have the final of the long jump with Raja, schoolmate.
Right.
Mates.
The two of McLeod.
Yeah.
Just give me a second. I'll bring up the schedule.
Tomorrow, day 5. So of course, tomorrow kickstarts things with the men's 400-meter hurdles. Then we'll have the repechage round of the women 400 meters hurdles. Also, we'll have a repechage round for the men's 400 meters tomorrow in the morning
we will
session.
have athletes in the, we'll have
We'll
athletes
see the
in the
women's 400 meters heats. We'll see the 200 meters repechage round tomorrow also. That's in the morning session. So the 200 meter repechage round concludes the morning session tomorrow. The afternoon session, that will be kick-started with the pole vault event, followed by the 3,000 meter steeplechase. The men's 200 meters will be on the cards tomorrow afternoon, followed by the women's discus throw event. The semi-finals of the women's 200 meters will be contested tomorrow afternoon, and the finals of the women's 800 meters concludes the evening. So we have a jam-packed.
Yeah, but we don't have any finalists tomorrow, though.
The finalists.
We'll be here. We'll be here giving coverage.
Yeah, we don't have any finalists tomorrow, but we'll still be here. Meaning Jamaica don't have anyone participating.
Yeah, man, definitely. We'll be here giving coverage, and we'll be having discussions, and I'm sure that the discussions regarding big up RR was saying that the panel lively, keep you awake. All right, give thanks for Virgin. That's how it is, people. And for the persons with the disappointment, I understand this. Listen, this is the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat. Those of us who are old enough to have gone through many Olympic Games, many World Championships, we have seen some of these disappointments before. I know Jamaica have been spoiled in recent times by the successes of Shelley and Fraser, Elaine Thompson-Hera, Usain Bolt, etc., etc., etc. This is why I like sports. It is the bitter rivalry of sports. It is sometimes the feeling we have now, the disappointing feeling that, you know, makes a comeback. And as we were discussing before, somebody was talking about us hating the US, and I'm telling you, no. It is because of what we endured at the hands of the US back in the 80s and throughout the 90s. While when Jamaica is having success now, we want to rub it in the face of the USA. So a defeat like this will make a Kishian Thompson victory in the World Championship next year even more fulfilling and even more euphoric. So it is what it is, people. We big up our athletes in all corners, whether they win or lose. We call it out when we see it in terms of how they perform, seeing what we do not do and what I like to do and what I do not do. I do not beat winners, people. We hail and salute the winners, especially the persons who perform in big moments to bring themselves success and glory. All right. We're gonna be here for the rest of the Olympics, as I said. If you're here to, you can join us. If you are still here, we ask that you subscribe to the channel. We ask that you like the stream before you leave. If you like the vibe that we bring here, share it with a friend. Ask them to join us here tomorrow and throughout the Olympic Games. My name is Pioneer. This is I Am Sure Sports. I want to big up to Roger Murdoch. We give thanks to my brethren for there with for the 5 hours of the stream.
Yeah, because he normally hide out when basketball around, you know, because the Lakers now going with nothing.
As much as you can, Roger, we have to negotiate a little contract for have you on the stream for the rest of the Olympic Games. You know, we respect your expertise, my brethren, and always a pleasure, you know.
Yeah, man, thanks for the opportunity. You know, it was a grand moment to share with everybody here. You know,
I must come and talk when the Lakers playing in a boss.
All right, my friend.
And
also big up who else? Chris Lynch was here as well.
Chris Lynch was here with us. Big up Dave. Garvey was all the way. I don't know if I know his man is Garvey's all the way in Mitchelton. I wonder what the vibe is like in Mitchelton. I'm sure Garvey will be posting the sights and scenes from Mitchelton.
And people is in Mitchelton because that's where Kishian is from.
Kishian is from, and Garvey also has relatives. I think Garvey's wife is from Mitchelton, so he's very familiar with the area and very familiar with the people down there. We saw him down here this morning doing interviews. He was trying to get in on the stream live with us, but he had some issues with the internet connection. So we'll probably bring some of those sights and sounds, and you know, probably a few disappointing sights and sounds from what happened in Mitchelton. We might have them to post here. We might show you them here tomorrow. All right. Saying I am Pioneer. I am Sure Sports. Manins, but I love you for closer.
Yeah, man. So listen, again, thanks to everyone who has been a part of this stream. It is very good to have had you, because the conversations would not be the way they are unless we had people in the comment section interacting with us on the panel here. So we thank you. For the persons who called in, thank you as well. It has been an absolute pleasure. I want to say a big thank you to Pioneer, because generally on a Sunday, I would not have been here, but he took himself, listen, it took a lot out of him. And so want to really commend him for making himself available, and all the other panelists. But most of all, you the persons who listened, who typed in a comment, who liked the video, who shared the video, and who subscribed to the channel. Thank you so much. Looking forward to have you discussing with us. Hopefully we can get some more information and some of the other things that are happening over there in terms of the health of Sharika Jackson, because for us, I mean, winning a race is good, but we also must be more concerned with the health of our athletes, and we want to know that she's in the best of health in spite of not being able to participate in the 200 meters. Hope that Civil can rebound from this and come again and be ready for the 4x100 meters, and see if by a long shot we can probably get a gold medal if possible, and then we can apply the pressure, seeing that we are not expected to win. Again, thank you so much. We have the Ali Cup that is coming up, and yeah, and listen, if you like the commentary, if there's anything that you'd like us to add, Pioneer and Raji, I hear one person saying that we need to keep this picture and put beside it the 1996 Merlin Atty picture to see what the difference is. So, but the rules change after that whole Merlin Atty thing though, so maybe that won't make any sense. But thank you so much. We leave you with a little ad from the Ali Cup group, because they're putting on the Ali Cup at Excelsior. Have a great day, and we will talk to you tomorrow. I am Management. This has been I Am Sure Sports, and as usual, when it gets to the end of the show, we say we are over and we are out of here.
That one is a Moscow. Ali Cup 2024 Invitational Football Tournament. That one is loud enough. August 15 to the 17th, right over Excelsior. That one is a big day, you know. 20 football team, 10 Da Costa team, and 10 Manning Cup team. So you know it's a murder. August 15, all Da Costa Cup team are play. You see the 16, Manning Cup team are play. But you see the 17, big quarter-final, semi-final, and final. So everybody knows that the Ali Cup is not a Folly Cup. So make sure you come out. People, remember the raffle. So get your raffle ticket now, cause upon the final day, the drawing, I go on. Belly Rang says so.